monthly meeting of the City of Des Moines Zoning Board of Adjustment. This board has the power under Iowa law and the zoning ordinance of the City of Des Moines to hear requests for variances and exceptions from the regulations in the zoning ordinance, conditional use permits, and appeals from the decision of the staff in the administration of the zoning ordinance, and to make decisions in such matters. The members of the board are citizens of the city and are appointed by the City Council. The board members are volunteers and receive no compensation for their public service. The board is required to base its decision in each case upon the criteria established by law for the type of relief sought by the applicant. The law applicable to each case is identified in the written staff report. If the facts, as determined by this board, demonstrate that the criteria established by law for granting the relief have been satisfied, then the board must grant the relief. Otherwise, the board must deny the relief. All speakers are requested to focus their comments upon those facts that demonstrate whether or not the criteria established by law have been satisfied. Today, this will be an open and relatively informal meeting, and I'll give you some conditions on that here in a minute. It is being recorded. The board members have received a copy of the agenda and the staff recommendations, and copies of the agenda and staff recommendations are available in the tray by the door here as you entered the council chamber. I'm going to go ahead and introduce the board and staff members here. We normally have a 7-member board. We have 5 members today. On the audience's right is Jake Christensen. Next to him is Linda Westergaard. My name is Mel Pins. Next to me on the audience's left is Cindy Smith. And next to her is Brooke Rosenberg, who will be back in just a moment. So we have 5 of 7 members here present. Our staff are Larry McDowell, our legal counsel, to my left, Bert Drost, city planner, Eric Lundy, city planner, Anu Minhas, city planner. We also have Sue-Ann Donovan, the zoning enforcement officer, with us today. For those of us that serve on the board, we've heard this 100 times, but for those of you that are new today, this may be the only time you're in front of the Board of Adjustment. So I want to give you a little bit of the background on how our procedure will work today. Each appeal will be announced in the order that it's on the agenda. The staff will present a brief explanation of the appeal. Any written comments received by the staff prior to the hearing will be distributed to the board or otherwise identified. If you wish to speak on an issue, all speakers must speak from the podium. They must begin their presentation by giving both their name and their address. That can either be your home address or your place of business as appropriate. The appellant or a representative of the appellant is allowed to speak first, and they'll be allowed 10 minutes to present their appeal. Thereafter, anyone else present in support of the appeal will then be allowed 5 minutes each to present his or her comments. Anyone present in opposition to the appeal will then be allowed 5 minutes each to present his or her comments. The applicant will then be allowed a 3-minute time for rebuttal or other closing comments as they so desire. The meeting will then be closed to public comment, and the board will deliberate the request and make a decision. And we do that right here, so you'll be able to hear our discussion. If your appeal is approved, we ask that you wait until tomorrow to go to the Permit and Development Center if you need to then apply for any building permits or other information. Items listed on our consent portion of the agenda will not be individually discussed and will be considered for approval in accordance with the recommendation in the staff report unless an individual present or a member of the board requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda and separately considered under the public hearing agenda. The decisions of this board can only be appealed in the Polk County District Court. So if you believe you have been harmed by an error made by this board, your only remedy is to seek relief through the district court within 30 days of the filing of the board's decision and order. If you believe the zoning regulations applied by this board are wrong, you may petition the City Council to change those regulations. All material written or otherwise used today as part of any presentation will become a permanent part of the record and will not be returned. Just a couple housekeeping items here before we get started. We ask that you please avoid any conversation in the audience so as not to be disruptive or distracting from the hearing that is in progress. Please ensure that your cell phone ringer has been silenced. And once the agenda item you are interested in has been completed, you're welcome to leave the hearing. If you need to use a restroom, you can leave through the main door here and walk to the far north end of the atrium. Restrooms are on your left, okay? And there will be a 10-minute break in the hearing around 3 or 3:30 if needed, subject to how far we are on the agenda. So with that in mind, our consent portion of the agenda is our first item to review. And Bert, you up for that?
Just a few minor changes to the consent agenda. Items number 5 and 7 have some neighbor objections, so we should just discuss those pretty briefly. And then item number, there's another item, the Des Moines Social Club, which is item number 14. Staff feels it could be moved to the consent agenda if the board's comfortable with that. It's a request for a conditional use permit that would allow the Des Moines Social Club to have alcohol service throughout the entire premises, including both buildings, it's the former fire station, and also all outdoor patios. So they are in agreement with the staff recommendation. So if the board is comfortable with that, staff would be willing to support that.
Did we have any comments, pro or con, on that?
We had, I believe, 6 cards in support, and one was concerned about noise, but staff would point out that they would have to comply with the city's noise ordinance. So if noise ever would be an issue, there are ways to deal with that.
Okay. If we wanted to see if there's anybody here to speak in support or opposition on item 14, could we just see if there's anybody here? So item 14 was to be on our regular agenda where we would have a full hearing with that here today. But based on comments received in general and staff recommendations, staff would like us to, in general, approve it on the consent portion of the agenda. I guess just to start off with any concerns, is there anybody here that wishes to speak in opposition to item 14? Do we want to go ahead and move it to?
Probably just leave it on the agenda as it is. So.
Board members? Sound okay to you? Okay, we'll go ahead and leave item 14 as is on the regular portion of the agenda.
And then I'd also just mention item 5 is the appeals at 5211 Welker. We had the adjoining property opposed, so we need to just discuss that briefly. And then item number 7 is the home occupation at 3011 Garden Avenue. We had 3 comment cards from neighbors opposing that.
All right. So staff's advisement is to move items 5 and 7 to the regular agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Did we have any comments or questions on any of the other items of any significance? No. Okay. Okay, so basically what we would be doing is we would be moving items 5 and 7 to the regular hearing. That would leave items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 on consent. Is that correct, Bert?
Sure.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments from board members? Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Get a chance to speak on any of those items or any opposition?
Oh, yeah. My apologies. This is my second month being chair. Is there anybody that wishes to speak in support or opposition on items 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6? 4. And did you want to speak in opposition or support? Support. Do we need to hear items of support since it's on consent? Okay. We appreciate you coming down to support that item, but since we're looking at green lighting it to begin with, it looks like, okay. Any other concerns on items 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6? Okay. Again, a motion to approve consent agenda?
Sure, I move items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Should we take a moment, since we have a 5-member board, to review our procedure for approving an appeal on how many votes it takes?
Yes.
Okay, as our agenda does state, if you were mailed an agenda or got a printed copy here as you checked in, especially for those that are here to have your case heard, it always takes 4 members of the Zoning Board of Adjustment to approve any item. So we can make other actions, but to actually approve an appeal, 4 members have to vote yes for that. With a 5-member board today, that means, it's got to be 4 versus 1 to carry the weight. We can't do a 3-2 vote to get your item to pass. When we don't have a full board, you do have the option to request your item to be deferred to the next meeting. But I would encourage you or remind you that we can't always guarantee a full board. We're down one vacancy now because Bill Gray, who used to be on the board, was kind of promoted to city council. So we're still waiting for the city council to approve his replacement. And we did have one absence today. So we have a 5-member board, but if you've got a good case and you meet the requirements, hopefully that will do okay for you. But if anybody would request a deferral at this time, if you don't think you can convince 4 or 5 of us, you are free to maybe raise your hand and you could step forward if you would like. Is that okay, Larry? Yeah. So if your items 10 through 18, then we'll go ahead and hear your case, it sounds like.
And 5 and 7.
And 5 and 7, yes. And we will start with item 5 then, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, so let's go ahead, we'll get into the regular portion of the agenda. For those that were on consent, you are free to go. Just remember, you can stop in tomorrow and start getting your paperwork going. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 5 is a series of appeals that would allow 2 additions to an existing single-family house. The single-family house is on Welker Avenue, in the south of Grand area. The additions would include 1 addition above an existing garage, and then they'd also be replacing a porch on the back side of the dwelling. And the appeals needed are regarding the front yard setback, the side yard setbacks, and the rear yard setbacks. This sketch here shows the proposed additions. Point out this addition on the east is above an existing garage. It would be no closer to the existing property line than the existing garage. And then this addition on the rear would be within 14.5 feet of the rear property line. And then the addition would also cause the existing accessory structure to be in the side yard, which means that the setback, the total side yard setback for the property has to apply to this accessory structure since it's within the side yard area. Could you zoom out, Eric? Here's a picture of a rendering of the house as it is today. They would be completely updating the siding and adding a new, so on the front it would change in appearance because of the addition here. You can see on this elevation the new 2nd story addition above the garage, and they would also be redoing the roof line here. Again, I'd point out that the addition would be no closer to the side property line than the existing garage, and also no closer to the front property line than the existing garage as well. And then you can see the floor plan here. The addition would be used for a master bedroom. There would be just a window here on the east facade. Staff has recommended approval of the additions. We feel that it's a good project. It would improve the house. It would add value to this property and to the surrounding neighborhood. The comment card we had in objection is going around right now. It was from the property adjacent to the east. They had concerns about having the 2nd story addition blocking their view and I guess impacting privacy in their yard. So, and then I'll just show you these pictures real quick. Here's a picture of the house as it appears today. And then this is looking at it from the other angle. You can see the existing garage where the 2nd story addition would be, as well as that rear or that property to the east that is opposing it. So, any questions?
On that addition, can you put up what it looks like again? Just okay, so it's pretty much, it looks like the addition is pretty much in line with the present roof line, except slope. It's not higher than the present roof line, is what I'm seeing.
Well, the existing house stops right about here.
Right.
There's a deck above the garage right now, so they would be adding this portion here.
Right, but it's not any higher than
Yeah,
what...
you're right. Yeah.
Okay. And if I recall from your sketch, there's one window on the east, and it's in the master bath, so I presume
the
that...
floor plan shows one window, but the side elevation indicates there may be 2.
Oh, okay.
Here.
I see.
But they are smaller windows located higher in the bathroom.
Okay, thank you.
I'd also point out, as far as privacy goes, it's currently a deck right now, which people can congregate on the deck, so I would think the deck would provide less privacy than this proposed addition. Any other questions?
And Bert, we're looking at an exception here rather than a variance, so the test in the ordinance isn't as great
Right.
for...
The test is just demonstrating a practical difficulty, so.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from the appellant or the appellant's representative. And we'll just need your name and address.
The address of,
The property's fine if that's where you live, all right?
well, I don't live there.
Okay.
I actually live in Urbandale, so would you like that address?
Sure, that's
Okay.
fine.
My name is Lisa Roopsum. I'm with Dreams to Reality, and my address in Urbandale is 16016 Meredith Drive, Urbandale, Iowa.
Okay. All right, floor's all yours.
All right. Do I get one of these too? I guess, can we zoom in? I don't know, it's kind of dark, isn't it? So yes, am I addressing the,
Are you the applicant who wants to do
I'm
this?
the representative.
You're the
Yeah.
representative of the applicant. So tell us why
Okay.
why you'd like to see this approved.
I guess the reason I would like to see this approved is number one reason is because I think it's going to improve the property for not only the owners, but the people surrounding it. And I think that's what we all want to see in the properties around us improving. And right now, the garage is actually leaking. It's a flat roof. That's never a good idea. So this addition is going to help that issue with the leaking into the garage, since we're going to have a sloped roof. Otherwise, the other reason is the siding is in very poor condition, so we're going to be replacing all of the siding. I mean, that doesn't have to do with the question here, but we're going to be updating the entire exterior of the house, and this is part of that improvement.
So are you a design and build company yourself then?
Yes.
Is that your role here? Okay. Anybody have any questions for Lisa?
I have a question. It looks from the renderings that we saw that the addition, the roof addition is going to be below the current roof's addition. And I'm wondering how you're going to make that fit, because it looks like, does that make sense? See how you've got,
Right here?
yes, right there.
Oh, go ahead.
How tall is that going to be? I mean, when you look at the picture that you just put up, it doesn't look like you've got enough room to do that.
Enough room to make this work?
Yes.
We did all the measurements and conferred with our engineer and did some site verification.
Okay.
Linda, I think this will cover it. Is the floor of the second floor even with the roof line of the garage? Is the garage floor lower essentially? Is that how you're making up the fall? Linda's question is that it doesn't look like you're gonna have enough roof fall, but if the garage
It's a
ceiling is
12,
lower.
Is that what you mean?
So if you have a 312 and it still works, then that's your question, right?
That's my question.
Right.
The wall on this side is a little bit shorter. It's, the building department or the code allows us to have it a little shorter, to make sure that we have enough roof slope. And I checked that with them.
Right, okay. And I take it, this will be a vaulted ceiling in this room then?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Your plan view or the floor plan drawing itself does not seem to show two windows in the bathroom on that east facade?
It's gonna be actually one.
Okay.
We revised the plan. I need to revise the.
Okay. Because the major concern from the neighbor, which I would give some pretty good weight to, since they will be the ones looking at this if it's approved, was they were concerned about some privacy issues. And while Bert explained it already as a patio, if you were down to one window, that would basically be in the bathroom toilet area?
Yeah.
Okay, all
And
right.
that will be privacy glass anyway.
Sure. Yeah, my question would be who has the privacy then, if that's where it's at. So, okay. That seems to
So
make
maybe they
sense.
should be concerned with the deck next to them.
Exactly. All right. Any other questions for Lisa? Okay. We might check with you if we have something else here as we go further. Is there anyone else here to speak in support of the applicant? Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? All right, seeing none, any other comments from staff? Okay. Okay, well, I guess that's basically it. All right, we'll close the public portion and go to board deliberation.
I would move staff recommendations, Mr. Chairman.
I would second that.
Okay, and that includes an amendment that, well, not necessarily an amendment, but the drawing shows that there's only one window, and that's all we'll have. Okay, so we got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries 5-0. All right, thanks for coming in, Lisa. Okay, all right, item 6 was already approved. Item 7, right?
Correct.
Item 7 is at
3011 Garden Avenue.
Okay,
Here's the cards, Brooke. The request here is for a special permit for home occupation. This property's in the Lower Beaver area, just north of Euclid. Euclid's just out of that aerial map of the, actually it's Douglas at that point, I should say. So that if you go south on 30th here, you get down to Douglas. So this neighborhood's just north of that commercial area. The owner is wishing to have a tailoring alteration business from the home for part of the day on a regular basis, daily. They've indicated they anticipate at maximum up to four people coming and going throughout the day on any given day. All of that is within the parameters. She would be the sole operator of the business. So that's also within the standards that we apply to home occupations. Everything about this request falls in line with the parameters that we establish for home occupations. The one thing that staff brought into question was the fact that the building, the home, is also supposed to be kept in residential character. And right now it looks like it's in a somewhat of a state of disrepair. We want to ensure that this has a uniform residential exterior siding approach as part of this. And then we also wanted to ensure that anything was kept in compliance in terms of basically bringing in the provision that would allow the board to revisit this if it became a burden on the neighborhood. If the activity or parking became burdensome on the neighborhood, we could bring this back for you to revisit. At this time, staff didn't believe that the described activity was going to create any issues. Some of the comment cards that you received are raising some of those concerns about parking, but if they're only getting about 4 visitors per day, there's not a likelihood that we're going to be creating parking congestion. There is a driveway on the premises which is available actually for off-street parking for at least one customer to be on premises at a time.
is that on the right-hand side of the
Yeah,
picture?
It's hard to see there.
Okay.
It's off to the right, and there's if you look at the aerial, they actually have a garage at the back for their own purposes. So I think there's probably adequate parking to keep it even off the street based on the level of activity. So I don't think there's any concerns from staff. Our biggest concern was having a residential appearance in this case.
Does the applicant have a driveway?
Yes.
Have a drive- okay.
Yes. That was what it's hard to see under this border of the property that's shown on here, but it's goes along the east side of the house back to this
So
garage.
they can get to their garage?
Yes, yes.
Any questions for Eric?
I'll show the consent map so you can see that we did get some cards raising those concerns. From the staff perspective, again, I think the current concerns that were raised were probably valid concerns, but when we look into what they're proposing, probably are not something that we should be genuinely worried about.
Is this a street on Garden Avenue where parking is allowed on one or both sides?
It is allowed on one side.
On one side. Is it on their side of the street? Do you know?
I was out there and I can't recall.
Okay.
I think it's actually on the other side.
I'll ask the applicant. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Eric?
One question. It said in your report it's only from 7:30 to 1:30, is it?
Yes, and the applicant has indicated, I believe they have children that they have to get from school, so there's actually a period of time in the afternoon where they will have to, go and pick them up from school or whatever, so.
So that's their designed
Yeah,
operation?
their designed hours is the morning and early afternoon, and then that's it.
And Eric, I know that one of your concerns and potential conditions is that they need to finish the front facade of the house.
Yeah.
That would not normally require a building permit or anything, would it?
Yeah, generally it wouldn't if it's just siding material. If they have to do something with window openings or something, to
Okay.
make it
Okay.
work all together, then it could.
And if we were inclined to approve this after we hear the case, would you want to make sure that this was done first before you would issue the home occupation permit?
I think this is the time, when I spoke to the appellant on the phone, they indicated they could do it this weekend, and I said, well, it's supposed to snow Friday through Sunday.
Right,
so,
right, okay.
I don't think we're that
Okay,
adamant to have it done immediately, but certainly I would, if you felt like a time frame was necessary for them to comply, then that's certainly within the board to say
okay,
that should be done within a certain amount of time.
sure. Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Eric. Okay, the appellant or representative of the appellant, you can step up. I'd like to hear about your case. Is the appellant here?
Yes. This is your
Okay. Hi, if you could give us your name and your address.
Dear sir, madam, my name is Suen, and my address 3011 Garden Avenue.
Okay. All right. What would you like to tell us about what you're proposing?
I am a single parent and I take care for children. That's why before I have a business in the 6th Avenue, Des Moines, I have a permit. But after divorce and, I take time with my children. And I go back to school for the bath time in the morning. That's why I have no time for do alteration. I have, I lost customer. I really feel sad, but I have no choice. Children first. My daughter, they are in Catholic school. Too expensive. I'm worried about, and I training them. They are A. I'm proud of my kids. That's why.
And so the business you've got advertised on your card here, would you be doing all that from your house now then instead?
I try, yes.
Okay. So instead of having your business on 6th Avenue, you'd be doing it from your house, right?
Yes, I'm moving because it's too
You're
expensive.
moving, right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
Question.
Yeah.
How long did you have your business, or do you still have your business on 6th Avenue?
I start my business on October 2010.
Okay.
Before I do daycare, I cook Chinese, I do so many jobs, take time with my children. When they older, they go back school full time, I open my business. It's my favorite. It's my, I love service people. I do volunteer help for so many people. They come over. I've been vice president Catholic Church too.
Which side of the street do cars park on? Do they park on your side or the other side?
In my right way.
Right,
Yeah.
but if I wanted to park on your street, if I was in your neighborhood, is the parking on your curbside or is it on the other side?
On the other side.
It's on the other side.
Yeah.
But if I was to drop off some alterations at your house, I'd be able to pull in your driveway, is what you're
Yes,
saying?
please.
Okay, okay,
I don't want heavy traffic.
sure.
Thank you.
If we were inclined to grant this request, do you think that within maybe 90 days you'd have your siding up
Yes.
on the front of the house? We wouldn't expect you to do it this weekend, I don't think.
I have enough time.
And I don't know that winter's going to go away anytime soon, but if we had a reasonable time period for you to get your siding completed, will that be okay with you?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if we have some more questions later. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a nice.
Okay, is there anyone else here to speak in support of the applicant? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to the applicant? Okay, hearing none. Guess we'll close the comments and go to board deliberation. Thoughts?
I would move staff recommendations.
Second.
And what would you like to do for time frame for her to finish her citing?
I'll leave it up to the city. They can work it out.
Okay, well put. Okay, we've got a motion and second to approve staff recommendations. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay. All right, and staff, if you'll work with her on that, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, now we are on the regular portion of the agenda. This will bring us to item 10, since items 8 and 9 were withdrawn. So if you're here for 8 or 9 for any concerns, if we missed you, 8 and 9 have been withdrawn. So we're moving on to item 10.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, item number 10 is a request from the Hoyt Sherman Auditorium to relocate, or actually replace their existing digital sign and relocate it from the middle of their parking lot to more or less the southeast corner of the site. They were granted a series of variances back in, I believe, 1999 that allowed the electronic sign as well as the proposed size. The new sign would be of a similar size. You can see this picture here shows the existing sign, and then Eric, if I can get darker. This shows the proposed sign. So it would have a maximum height of 10 feet. The sign itself would measure 10 feet by 4.75 feet, and it would be, the electronic component would be here in the middle, which would measure 10 feet by 2.75 feet. I would point out in the staff recommendation, we had a typo on the sign areas, so I will point that out when I get to it. I guess here's the decision in order from 1999, back in September, that granted the existing sign. And then here's the consent map. We have a series of cards and letters from the Sherman Hill neighborhood and from the State Historical Office in support. The Hoyt Sherman Association also went to the Historic Commission last week, Wednesday, and got their necessary certificate of historical appropriateness for this sign. So that is taken care of as well. Staff does feel they've satisfied the criteria necessary for granting the variances. We feel the sign would be in character with the historic neighborhood. We feel the impact of the sign would be minimal. So we've recommended approval subject to I believe 9 different conditions, all of those being standard. I would just point out 3 and 4 are a little bit different than what's in your packet. The dimensions should be 10 feet by 4.75 feet for the total sign, and then the electronic component measures 10 feet by 2.75 feet. So.
And Bert, I saw the letter from Cultural Affairs, the Historic Preservation Office said something about a maximum height, and that all fits then?
Correct.
Okay.
Just point out condition number 8, we did recommend it be turned off between 9 p.m. and 7 o'clock a.m. I'll let the applicant address that if they're not in agreement. So.
Okay.
Any questions?
Nope. Okay, thanks, Bert. Okay, applicant or representative of the applicant? And please state your name, Mike, and your address.
Mike Simonson, 1717 Ingersoll, Des Moines. I'm here as a board member of Hoyt Sherman Place, and I've also provided some architectural services. And with me is John Bryan, the business manager of Hoyt Sherman Place. I think staff did a good job summarizing the project. I'd just like to point out a couple of things. We've been working on this project for over 1.5 years. The existing sign has failed, and the electronic portion can no longer be repaired. So we asked ourselves, is this the appropriate location for the sign? It's been there since I've been in Des Moines anyway. And we determined, no, it's not a good location because when there are vehicles in the parking lot, you can't see it. I surmise that that sign is probably there because that's where the electric was in the parking lot, but I don't know. But any event, we did go before 3 different bodies, thinking this would probably be the 4th body, as this is probably the most important approval. Let's get our ducks in a row first and make sure that the other entities that have a say in this approve it, so that what we bring before you, we know is what we can live with, and we don't have to come again should one of the other bodies want to change it. So the actual sign, excuse me, that you're seeing today has been modified. It's the one that's in your packet, but over the last year and a half, we've made modifications. For example, the state with Jack Porter wanted to make sure that we incorporated all of the historic terracotta that was in the original sign, the light fixtures, that type of thing. So we're in compliance with everything that they're asking for. The Unity Point sign across the street at the intersection is 12 feet high. Again, we're asking for 10 feet, and I just want to make sure that I understand the staff comment in that back in 1999, we were approved for a sign that's essentially 10 feet high. It was actually approved at 9 feet 11 inches, but let's just call it 10 feet because that's what we're asking for today, and a width of 16 feet 8 inches. And we are proposing that the width be reduced to 15 feet 6 inches. So that's not the electronic sign portion. Those would be the addition of the brick piers on the corners that the state required that we have. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. It should also be important to note that this is the only sign that this property has. It's well over a city block. We're bound by 3 different public streets. It's the only sign on the property. It's important to us because as a theater, we need to be able to promote some of the activities. And the neighborhood association also was delighted when we talked about adding the text across the bottom here, Sherman Hill National Historic District. They've been looking for a way to identify the neighborhood at that corner, so we're able to achieve that on the same sign. So we were happy to be able to do that. Other than that, we're in support of staff's recommendations with the exception of one item. We would like, if possible, if the sign can be turned off at 10 p.m., not 9, in that we have a lot of evening events, concerts, theatrical performances, and they usually run until about 9:30, sometimes even 10 o'clock. And we just like to be able to have the sign illuminated while they're still in the parking lot. And if people linger after 10 o'clock, they should go home. So that concludes my presentation.
Can I ask a question about the time, Mr. Chair? So you would like the time to start at 10 o'clock when it would be turned off. Is 7 a.m. a good time? You know, I'm thinking of all the hospital folks and all the people around there that generally they're at work by 7, so if you have an event or something, and if it's dark out, and if the sign's not lit, they may not notice it. I was thinking, when I was reading through this, I was thinking maybe turning it on sooner, or, at 6 o'clock instead of 7 o'clock, just because of the traffic of the people going downtown, and it's dark in the wintertime, and you really don't see things.
Well,
I
we
guess
would
you don't really
appreciate
think about that too much, but if you're
Hey,
trying
the
to
sign is on
advertise your
24
venue-
hours, so this has never been an issue for us. But yes, I think we're there to advertise, and that's a heavily traveled intersection, so I would agree with you.
Any other questions for Mike?
10 p.m. to 6.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mike. We may check back with you here. Is there anyone else to speak in support of the applicant? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to the applicant's proposal? Okay, hearing none. I do have one question for staff, and some other members might. Mike had related with the bollards and the sides, he needs
Yeah.
15.6. Is that kind of taken care of within your recommendations, or do we need to?
The sign ordinance really only cares about the dimensions of the sign itself.
Okay.
So while the overall sign is, almost 16 feet wide by
Okay.
10 feet tall, as far as the sign ordinance cares, the sign actually only measures 10 feet by 4.75 feet.
Sure.
We did have to mention its height just because the ordinance limits it to 8-foot height. So since the sign would be 10 feet tall, we did have to make note of the height.
And while they're advertising Hoyt Sherman Place, they're also denoting the historic district, that's okay with you as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, all right, excellent. Okay, any other questions for Bert?
I guess I have one.
Yep.
Would the staff be opposed to the hours that Cindy brought up?
I don't think we would, no.
Would you even be opposed to 11 PM?
Well, the only reason we put the time on there was because there is the Woodland Avenue brickstones
Sure.
across the street. So
Sure.
anytime we have residential, we try to limit the hours, but
Okay,
I think we'd be comfortable with turning it off from 10 PM to 6 AM.
okay, all right. Okay, all right, thanks, Bert. Okay, we'll close the public portion of the hearing and go to board deliberation. Thoughts, comments, direction?
I'd like to move staff with the amendment of staff recommendation number 8, and change the time from 9 to 10 PM and the other time from 7 to 6 AM.
And I would second that because I've been to Hoyt Sherman a time or two for performances, and it's a wonderful place, so slightly familiar with it. So we got a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Continue on, gentlemen. Okay. Item 11 is at 2932 Ingersoll Avenue and a variance request.
Sign appeal part due. So, this one's, we're looking at a little differently.
Okay.
We're in an MPC district on Ingersoll. This, you might recall, this is the former Blockbuster video building. The appellant has been very active in renovating this for a restaurant use. And in fact, this is what it already is. It's almost, looks like it's almost ready to go, if not ready to go. But they are proposing a sign that would be mounted on that decorative element that comes out from the building. And if you look at our zoning ordinance, we have basically kind of 3 types of signs. We have allowance and provision for wall-mounted signs, signs that are projection signs. And you might be able to interpret this as a projection sign. However, projection signs aren't allowed to project that far from a building. And then the others are freestanding signs, which there's 2 varieties of those, ground-mounted and then pylon or pole kind of signs. And this most closely is within what we would consider a pole sign. You may look at it and think, well, this isn't a pole sign at all, but in terms of looking at our ordinance and where it would fall, it's most closely is interpreted as a pole sign, and it certainly isn't a ground-mounted sign, which the NPC district is limited to. So it's in front of you essentially for that basic purpose of that provision in MPC district. Most of the standards for MPC districts are actually contained in the site plan ordinance. This is actually one, however, that is in the zoning ordinance itself, and so it is able to be brought in front of the Board of Adjustment. When we looked at this, while we didn't have a huge concern about the sign in itself, you know, what it is, as you look up and down the Ingersoll Avenue commercial corridor, again, the full intention of the ordinance was to, any freestanding signs should be promoted as ground-mounted type signs. Going back to this, we would say one possibility would be it could be mounted at a height below 8 feet on something, perhaps on each side of the patio area that's been extended out there as a possibility. So there are some alternatives we think where it can fit within the ordinance. Certainly they're able to mount signage on this part of the wall. They even though you earn signage for wall-mounted signs on the front width of the building, you are able to place those when it's a sole occupant on the non-occupant frontage walls. You are limited in the percentage. No more than half of your earnings can be placed on those walls, but I think there's enough earnings there they would be able to have alternatives of putting it, you know, on that side and even on the other side so it can catch traffic coming from both directions on Ingersoll. So when we evaluated this, we believed, and when you look at the test for variance, that there are certainly other reasonable alternatives to achieve what it would be considered a reasonable use of the property. So we're actually recommending denial of this request.
Questions for Eric? I've got a very brief one. Based on the size of the sign that they showed on their other drawing, would that size of an oval for a sign be able to fit or be allowed on the facade or on that kind of foot wall? Is there any issues with the maximum square footage they're showing?
Well, the earnings are, they have to keep within their earnings based
Sure.
on that frontage.
Okay.
When it's mounted on the building.
Right.
Now, the freestanding sign, I don't think would be, it's not up for any size issues, so.
Okay.
I guess the question is, do we still consider that one
Sure.
sign of two parallel faces when it's spread that far apart on the
Okay.
porch or patio extension, however you want to call that?
Okay.
Why don't you give me a chance to
Sure.
look at the code on
Sure.
that? I can't give you a
That's
definitive
fine.
answer on that.
I was just curious more than anything.
In terms of the actual area, I don't think that would be a problematic. The question would be, do we need to actually have another appeal to get a second freestanding sign?
Okay.
So I'll look into that and see how we describe two parallel faces and if that's an issue
Right.
there.
Okay. All right, thanks, Eric. Okay, applicant or representative of the applicant, you're up.
I'll pass around the cards. And I should point out, we did get a letter from, beyond the cards that we've mailed to neighbors, we got a letter from Restoration Ingersoll as well.
Okay?
We have a consent,
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Eric. I didn't mean to kick you off the stage there.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I think I was about wrapped up, so.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, sure.
My name is Jason Simon,
Okay.
2932 Ingersoll. I'm the owner of Canyon LLC. So when I look at this, what we have is basically we had taken the deck, and kind of I like to believe has brought the deck to the street, building this restaurant. And so what I see is when I see this sign, I see a sign that, you know, kind of helps bring this building in alliance with how the standards are today with Ingersoll coming to the sidewalk. And as far as Eric concerned about putting a sign on both sides of the building, I have a handicap ramp here that runs all the way the length of the building, so that wouldn't work. I really don't see any reason why having a sign that fits within, I'd say, my 300 square feet allowance on top of a structural piece that is basically an element, an extension of the building. I don't see why it would be such a problem. And when I look at this, it's not a freestanding pole. It's connected to the building. It's 8 by 12 gauge metal. It's solid. I mean, it's an extension of the building. So essentially, as protruding off into the streetscape, I don't see anything holding it back. I like to see it as like a hardship, basically, as Mike Simons explained it with Hoyt Sherman. Having a building that sits off the road, then having a sign that sits off the road too doesn't help me any visibility coming off the street, up or down. So I'm trying to bring this sign to the street, which I think would, you know, help the business in general, all day, every day. What else do I have? Yeah, I took a couple pictures, complete it. You see I sit about 60 feet off the road. And so one have on the western part, one I want to put the sign up. It's 10 by 3, so it's not that big. So basically it'll be backlit from both sides. Most of the backlit is just basically the lettering. Everything else will be blacked out, just so that you see the lettering at night. As far as I feel this conforms with what else we got going on in the neighborhood. Point in question across the street is basically one of the newest properties built, 2925 Ingersoll. I don't see my sign much different than that sign. That sign is that element is basically like a steel design element that does nothing for the foundation of the building. Their sign shoots off into the street too. So that would be my last argument on this one. Any questions?
Questions for Jason? Jason, just a very brief one from my perspective. If you could put that other color photo you have of like the patio area up there. And you had mentioned, and that, yeah, you got the sign on top of the design element. You don't have it hanging off the side or anything. It's actually above everything else. So your sign is kind of projecting above your pole or your design element. What if you set the sign down on top of the ledge where the brick ledge is and brought it down where we're closer to street level? It's still kind of standing there by itself, but it's now within the design element, not perched on top of it.
What are you saying, right here?
I would say on top of the ledge, on top of the red brick ledge. Yeah, on top of the wall. There you go. Have the same oval element, but bring it down and sit on top of the wall. Have it within the element of the building.
Yeah, I understand, but we got to put basically a steel truss for basically a gate around the whole patio.
Okay, because is that standing level there almost, or is that waist level with the top of that wall?
Basically, it'll be, I think, patio, the surroundings become at basically waist level with
Okay.
the gate.
Questions?
You pointed out the sign across the street. I guess I'm going to ask, what do you think of that sign if you ran it vertically down one of your structures versus oval?
Well, I originally would love to do it vertically, but it might sense it, the way it sits too close to the sidewalk.
Okay.
Say a little edge of it would come on the sidewalk, so the city doesn't frown on that, so.
Right.
The only reason why I put it above it was because of that reason. I'm like, I'd love to run it vertical, but I really can't, so.
So it would come out to,
It would, a little piece like the curb would hit the sidewalk.
Could you run it vertical but have it on the inside of the post? So once again, you're still within your design element of your dog leg frame.
I mean, essentially, I could probably, this wouldn't be a big deal. I'm like, you could run it underneath. I'm like, ideally, it would block the view from one side or the other, depending which side you put it on. That's the idea of putting it on top, on the western side. But if you put it below,
Sure.
coming from the east, driving west, it's going to block the view.
Is the,
Basically, those three elements, they tear down for a reason for the, structural,
But it-
ornamental.
back to my question again, it actually would hang too far out, you say, over the sidewalk?
Well,
Is
the way
that,
the sign is, it basically, it goes 44 inches wide. If it's attached here, it'll come out above the sidewalk a little bit.
so if you made the oval a vertical
No, I guess-
oval and tipped it, it'd still be too
I guess I
wide?
was talking about having the eatery just run like this, not oval, just straight down.
Yeah, it would make sense.
But it comes out too far, is what you're saying?
Comes
Okay,
out too far.
all right. It's hard to tell.
Right.
You bet.
Is the oval design part of your normal logo, or is that just kind of a shape you chose that kind of looks nifty?
That is the exact logo for the place.
It
so,
is, okay.
yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. All right.
I have one for staff.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll check back with you in a little bit then, Jason.
You got it. Yep.
Yeah. All right, we've got should we go ahead and hear from any other support, or should we ask, it's okay to talk to staff now? All right, since Jake's got something he'd like to ask. Go ahead.
Eric, based on the way this is built, if there were a roof on that, would it count as part of the building? And the sign could be in the exact same
Certainly,
location?
if it was an actual building, we considered it part of the building. I'm looking to see if there's any provision for roof-mounted, because most of the sign provisions kind of defer back to the C1 district. And I'm looking, I don't know if roof-mounted is an option in the C1 district. Certainly up and down Ingersoll, there's occasions where there is some roof-mounted, but I think they precede the NPC district. So I think it would take a variance of that. The question about having it extend off the front of that element, right now, you can extend off the building up to 7 feet with what's called a projecting sign. After that, it becomes a variance. So there was sort of two ways of looking at it. We either called this a pole sign, or we called it a projecting sign that was extending well beyond the 7 feet. from the building. If it's gonna hang, projecting signs can hang over the right-of-way, as long as they have enough clearance. So I was looking to see
Plenty of clearance.
from that standpoint, if it was tipped on its axis and extended, if it was going to be high enough over the sidewalk,
It would have to be
whether that was achievable.
huge.
Eric, I
Would
think,
do it.
I think they may need an areaway permit if they're.
Yeah,
gonna
they
go
would
with
also
it.
need that. Yeah, any signs like in downtown or in places where they do extend over
Above the
the
public.
right-of-way.
That's just an air rights lease, right?
Right.
Yeah, an areaway permit that they would renew every year.
It seems logical to me, just because of the sign across the street, it would kind of fit uniformly. I understand, it seems like there's enough clearance to me. That's what I'm confused about.
It does have to clear 12 feet above the bottom of the sign, so. And it would still need the variance to project further from the building. So I don't know if would we have to re-notify something of that nature? Or is it, since it was notified as a variance, people were on notice? I guess that's always the,
Yeah, I guess, so what would be the variance from as a projection?
well, it would be
Sign.
variance of X number of feet beyond the 7 of the projection from the building.
Yeah. You know, I tend to think that, public's been put on notice regarding the sign.
Because it would be significantly different
Yeah.
aesthetically. But I think that's how we would approach it, I guess, if we had to re-notify it for something of that nature. I'm worried I don't know what the height of that element is, and that, where that would, if that would clear the 12 feet or not. And it probably would run into an issue there if it was in the right-of-way.
Eric, can we see the consent map again? I don't remember seeing many no's on there is what. There-
Oh, here it is.
Secondo Association down there.
Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, those are hard. This is a new system you're not used to, maybe, in what we,
You may have to remind us.
yeah. When we have a condominium situation, those are marked.
Right,
If we got room on the property.
right. Well, you kind of did that yourselves before.
Yeah, we used to do like a little marker dot
Right,
or something like
right.
that.
Same event. Eric, could you throw the sign picture and the element back up there? If they just moved that oval and hung it below the horizontal beam, would that change the staff's approach or recommendation?
I think you would need, I think we'll stay with it based on it not being a ground-mounted sign.
Okay. You'd
I
still
think
look
we'll
at it
stick
some
with our
kind of a
recommendation, but
pole-mounted
I
thing?
think if the board wants to
Sure.
give the relief condition to that, my concern there is I don't know what the clearance, if you run into
Right.
problems with people knocking their heads into it when it
Sure.
hangs over the
I've got you.
patio, but.
Gotcha. Right, right. Okay,
So that, I would defer to the appellant
Okay.
and see what they think about that idea.
all right, well, let's maybe see what others have to say here. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak in support of the applicant? Is there anybody here that wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed variance? Don't have any, okay. All right, hearing none, any other further questions for staff? All right, we'll close the public portion and go to board deliberation. What do you think?
I put a lot of weight from the letter of the Ingersoll, what do they call themselves? The-
Restoration?
Yes, the
Restoration
restoration.
Ingersoll.
And I think everybody's worked really hard to get signs that work in that neighborhood. And they don't feel that this works. There are others that don't. I just think it doesn't look quite right. So I don't think that I would be able to support it based on that.
Other thoughts? Brooke?
Well, I would agree with Linda. I think it's done a terrific job redoing this property. I'm quite excited for it to open. I don't know when that is, but I hope soon. I think the fact that the applicant said he'd like to have it run vertically.
Vertical? Okay.
Maybe he could talk to the staff and see if it's possible to work, but I would agree with Linda, there isn't too many alternatives. That building does sit way back, and it is blocked, especially on the west side by that other building. So I would support it. I just think that if he prefers the vertical and it's workable under the
If we went to the
statute.
vertical, we probably have to come back,
Right.
Oh.
which is okay from us.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I don't know how we would look at it, given
Sure.
more chance to do the analysis, but.
Okay. And we
Well,
may have
the
to decide.
applicant may not want to do that. He may just want to
Right.
get this over and done with. And
So Brooke, in summary, though, would you be supportive of the as-is as he's proposed or not?
yeah, I'm supportive.
You would, okay. Any other thoughts? Jake?
I agree with Brooke that the investment in the property is significant and it will be a great amenity to the building, but I do think the existing sign, or as proposed sign, is a little large on top of that structure. So I would support a vertical sign and support air rates to facilitate that.
Okay. Cindy?
Oh, I'm just wondering if there'd be any opportunity to minimize the size and maybe push it back closer to the building. I totally see where there's some obstructions, where he wants it visual. As I look at Ingersoll, I always think just eclectic when I'm driving down that street, because there's kind of funky things and different things, and I think that just is what makes the character of it. And I understand the letter from the organization that has probably, and I'm sure they put a ton of work into their recommendations and such, but I always get a little frustrated when something like this comes up, because I think, oh, I really like that, it's so different, and it sort of reminds me of what belongs in Ingersoll, so how can we make it work?
I think you're onto something. My feeling with it is, when I look at this building, the picture right here, I think this is really neat. But the way the sign has been proposed, I feel like it's just kind of plopped in, kind of like the eagle has landed, like we just got this thing sitting up on top of the post. I'd like to find a way that it could be incorporated a little better, even if a variance or an exception would be needed, to kind of make it work. I don't think I could support it as it's proposed. And if Linda, if you aren't inclined to do that, even with good intentions here, it wouldn't carry. We've got to have 4 people to vote yes for something to pass today. And we haven't voted on anything
Mr.
yet.
Chair, I suggest, I'm hearing at least from 2 board members that
Yes.
some type of alternative
Yeah,
is a possibility.
Yeah.
That would still need relief, and maybe we should continue it, so we
Well,
don't have to make separate applications.
you're right in front of the chair's thoughts. I would say, since I don't think I'd be able to support it as is, and I don't think Linda's leaning that way, I don't want to take a vote because then that's too late. I'd like to see something brought back to us to maybe look at this just a little differently, because I think the appellant's hearing that we'd like to find a way to support them, but a few of us don't feel as proposed this is it.
And one of the things we can do is get our urban design expert involved a
Help
little
them
more
out.
than, and see if we can
Okay.
work with the applicant.
Larry?
And also, I think it'd be advisable to speak with traffic. Generally, these projections are allowed, but if it's too far, there could be staffers may not be as supportive. So those are the sort of things probably need to
Right.
get worked out in
No,
the next
Certainly,
month's
we
period.
would run it, we always route our items through those
Right.
departments, so.
If we would vote on this and it doesn't carry, then the appellant spent his money and he's done, and he'd have to wait and come back with a new application.
Right, and there's actually a new application that's due tomorrow.
So it might be,
Yeah,
so
but-
from that case, to help him a little, it might be in his
Continue it,
best
it'd be
interest to
already on
continue
the
it.
agenda, yeah.
Should we ask the appellant if he would like to continue the item? Jason, can we ask you a question? You've kind of heard some of the discussion.
I find it awesome that people want to tell me how to do stuff. I really do. I really appreciate you guys' input, but I'm like, as far as what you'd like, once you put it down on paper and give it to me, then I'll do it exactly the way you want it. So I'm like, what you're telling me is how to build something, even though it sits on my property, it's an extension of my property, you're trying to tell me how to build it. And I'm like, unfortunately, this is the way it rolls, and I have to
Okay.
live with that. So I'm like, you guys write something up and show it to me, and I'll do
Well,
it for you.
Jason, what we try to do with this board is work with landowners and businesses. The ordinance tells you how to do the construction.
I understand that.
And you've been asking for a variance, and to be as fair as possible, I don't think that's going to carry here today.
I understand.
So to try to help you out, staff can sit down with you and try to help you with some options that might have a better shot at it.
You bet. Whatever makes you happy, I'll do it, so appreciate your time.
We need our file, Jason.
Okay? Okay, from
I
that,
guess before Jason leaves, are you okay with the continuance? Is that what we need to find out?
yeah.
Okay.
So Jason, just make sure we're on the same page. If we continued this to next month, would that give you some time? Staff will sit down and talk with you?
Yeah, we
yeah.
need to, at least the ones that you showed, so. For the record.
Yeah, I'll see you next month, I guess, so.
They'll still be in the file for that purpose.
Awesome.
Okay, so let's look at this from a formal perspective. Does anybody have a motion to defer this to the next meeting?
I'll move to continue it to March 26th meeting.
Any seconds?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. We'll hear this next month one way or the other, so. Okay, all right, thank you very much. Moving on to item 12. It's a variance and exception at 3500 4th Street.
This is in the Highland Park neighborhood. I don't know if you recall a certain tobacco outlet request right at this location that we had recently. So just south of that, a couple houses. This is the church parking lot here. And there's actually one dwelling between that and the commercial area, basically. And when you look at this property, it's not a large, I wouldn't say it's a very large single-family dwelling that was converted. But at one point, it was converted to 3 units. It had rental certificates through as recently granted as 2006, expiring in 2008. The property went into foreclosure and has been acquired by this appellant. There was a enforcement action based on some of the conditions, and the NID division was monitoring that. Over time, it's lost rights basically to have the 3 units based on the fact that it doesn't meet lot area per unit provisions and setback provisions and parking provisions for 3 dwelling units to be kept in that property. So their appeal is basically to resume what was the previous use of the building for 3 units, leaving the site as is with no parking improvements in particular to meet the parking requirement. If you look at the premises, it backs onto the alley. There is a garage which has access onto the alley. There's an area back here where I think there had been some parking occurring. There's also, if you go back there, there's some dirt that's been accumulated from somewhere. I don't know where. I don't know if it gets used in other places for other properties that they maintain. But they're getting some fill kept on the site.
Is it just like a big mound of dirt?
Yeah, there's piles of dirt. This is taken probably last May, so I'm not sure it really shows up on there. Right now, I wouldn't recommend going down the alley. I didn't try to do it to get photos, so I apologize that I only have the ones from the front side. Basically, our perspective here is that this would be, we think it would be reasonable, but given the size of the dwelling and the density of the area and the size of the property, to reduce this to a 2-unit, and that would revise it down to 2 exceptions. So if you look at that kind of alternative way it's presented in the staff report, you sort of have the maximum appeals to let it be what it was before. If you want to waive parking requirements, there's some additional appeals that you would consider to allow that to remain as is. If you didn't want to, you would drop those appeals for the parking variances and exceptions. Then if you didn't want it to be 3 units, then the other alternative is to go to 2 units, which gives it still has issues with the lot width and the lot area. So it would still need relief even to go to 2 units. The difference is, under 2 units, it would only require 1 parking space per unit, and that could be defined. Staff would want to see that defined by a paved area in the back that has at least a 9x17 area for each vehicle, and then proper maneuvering. Some of the maneuvering would have to be paved within the site to meet the 24 feet of maneuvering, but the balance of that could be from the width of the alley. So it wouldn't have to be an entire 24 feet plus 17 feet of pavement. It would just be that portion of the maneuvering that would be needed on site. The other thing is that the 2-unit dwellings do not need to go in front of plan and zoning for a site plan, whereas to go back to 3 units with this, they would have to prepare and have reviewed by the Plan and Zoning Commission a site plan to get approval for 3 units. Staff is recommending the duplex or 2-family dwelling level of appeal, which would require the 2 exceptions. We believe there is some practical difficulty argument here. If you converted it completely back to a single family, I think there would be additional costs that might make it prohibitive to get any kind of return out of this property. So we think it's reasonable to go to a duplex level. We would want to make sure everything complied with rental code as a condition. Any improvements to get to that point would need to comply with our building codes, and then we would want the 2 off-street parking spaces provided in the back and paved so that they don't become a issue with dust and debris and ruts and so forth on the alley. Are there any questions? I will show you the...
I have a question. Is this home currently occupied by?
No, I don't believe it is. I think it's been a work in progress from my understanding. So as far as I know, they've been working to achieve, first of all, an effort to preserve. It had some severe problems with water damage from the roof, an inadequate roof. They did get permits. We issued permits. Now, I want to tell you that when we issue permits, that doesn't give it status under the zoning to be a multiple family dwelling. I think the appellant will tell you that their impression was these permits were given to them and they were working towards that their intentions were to make it 3 units. I guess I hope we can get to the point where our inspection staff are that savvy that we can, provide those indications in the field, but we're still working towards that, I guess. So, but staff believes that we still have the ability to say it doesn't comply with it doesn't have any legal non-conforming rights, and it lost those rights, and therefore we have to come through this appeal process. The NID staff have continuously monitored and determined that the vacancy was long enough for those rights to be lost. So,
My question, Eric, is, are there 3 meters? Are there 3 furnaces? How is that?
I don't know if there's 3 furnaces, and so that would come into play from a code perspective. I think the way that when you go back to 3 units, you, in all likelihood, under the building codes, might need to sprinkle the premises. You might need to separate all the air handling for each of the units. So I can't really speak to the code requirements that would kick in order to get it back to 3 units under our current code. In terms of the metering, I don't know at all. I don't know.
But it's really a single-family home, so
Originally, it was built that way, yes.
So it's really to their advantage just to make it a 2-family home. But if we granted them the rights to make it a duplex, then does somebody ensure that that 3rd kitchen is taken out? And
when they would inspect it for the rental units, they would determine that it's been restored to a 2-unit.
To a 2-unit?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they would have to rejoin, if they're, the simple thought on that would be that they would join two of the units in some fashion. I would say probably the most expedient way would be the up and down. The up is one unit and the down is two. It would probably be easiest to combine the main floor into a single unit. But, you know, I don't think staff is worried about how they go about doing it. They will need to meet codes, yeah.
And it does have to have concrete in the back.
Right, we want to make sure that parking is established in some way that's a little more than just pulling into the backyard off the alley.
Thank you.
And just one more question. You mentioned you didn't go down the alley. Is it impassable because of the ice, or, and would that be their only way to get to this property?
Yeah, well, they can get to that property. I just didn't want to take the chance of getting stuck on my own.
They'd need a
And it was
four-wheel
a little
drive.
slushy that day, so
Okay.
I don't want to give the impression that it's never accessible.
I'm sure Public Works does their best. Sue, did you have something you wanted to add?
Anything on the enforcement element side of it?
Chair, members of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, zoning enforcement officer. I'd like to correct the building permit issue. A building permit was applied for, it has not been issued. They were supposed to bring drawings in to show what they were going to do, and it was never issued. As far as the rental side of it, yes, they will have to have separate furnaces for each unit when they go through the renovation to get the rental certificate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, applicant or representative of the applicant? Good afternoon.
Hi. My name is Eunice Rodriguez, and my address is 1818 Arlington Avenue.
Okay.
And we bought this property thinking it was a 3-unit. We went in, looked at it, obviously it needed work. It was vacant for, I don't know, we didn't know how long it had been vacant. So we went into the building permits to see if everything was legal. They told us it was a 3 units, and they gave us the building permit for it to start renovating it in 2011, in October. And after 2 years of renovating it, there's 3 kitchens, there's 3 bathrooms. The 3 apartments, they all have one bedroom. And we have new plumbing, new floors, new cabinets. Everything's new in it already. They made us put in 2 furnaces on the first floor. There's the 2 apartments, and there's 2 furnaces, 1 for each. And on the upstairs, there's no furnace. We have to put in the what's it called, the heaters that go on the wall. The baseboard heaters. There is 3 meters for the building. Each of them has their own bill, and there's a house account. That's the gas. After we're done renovating it, as far as we knew, I know it says on here that the inspection hasn't passed, but as far as we knew, the inspection has been passed. And I think it was in November 2013. I think it's Jeff, the one that went down there, and he told us that the permit was approved. And in January is when we get the letter that we can't occupy it. So that's why we're here.
Okay.
Do you have that building permit? Did you bring it with you?
No, I
Do you
didn't.
have a copy of it?
Mm-mm. But as far as we knew, he told us that it was approved. He didn't give us any paper, but he went down there, inspected it. He told us everything was fine, everything was up to code. And that was in November, and we kicked it into high gear and tried to finish all the renovations to start renting it out And that's when we get this letter that we couldn't.
Did you bring any pictures of your work?
No, I'm sorry, we didn't really know how this worked and kind of not really prepared, but yes, everything's done. As far as the parking, the apartments are small, you know, we wouldn't have like family of 5 living there, you know, we would obviously have a couple, the most, you know, living in there. They would each have maybe 1 car each or 2. I know that that there's like room in the garage for a car, and outside the garage there's also space. The alley is accessible almost all the time, especially because behind it, like right here, this is I think it's like a living center or something like that. There's parking back there, so people have to get in. So it is pretty accessible almost all the time, except, you know, weather gets pretty bad. But
Eunice, do you have any previous experience with rental houses in Des Moines, owning or operating any?
my husband, he works in drywall. He obviously knows how to renovate. We have another property. It's on 7th Street. We have renovated. It's a duplex. We have rented it out.
And, okay, did you do that before you got into this project?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also the property that we live in now is also, we kind of fixed it up a little too, and we live in it.
Oh, okay. So on the other property, you were basically the landlord. You rented that out. So you had a rental certificate for that, right? So when you bought this property, the most recent rental certificate there expired way back in July of 2008. Were you not concerned that you didn't have, that it wasn't current for a rental certificate at that time? Because that's the best indicator to make sure that a property is available for rent.
Yeah, we didn't really check that out.
Okay.
We thought, since we asked for the permit and they didn't tell us anything, we thought it would be, you know, fine to renovate it as a 3 apartments.
But you're not going to be living in one of these units, are you? Okay. And it's all set up, ready to go for 3?
Yeah, for 3. We
And then-
also, for the furnaces, there was 1 furnace in the basement for all 3 of them. And they made us take that out because it was really old. They made us take it out, put it on the first floor, and it's 2 furnaces for the first 2 apartments on the first floor. And then on the top one, we have to put the baseboard heaters. So, yeah.
Well, Eunice, regardless of what we would decide to do here, you had mentioned yourself that you would assume that, you know, if you had 3 units, there might be a couple in each one, like 2 people.
Yeah.
And maybe each one would have a car, you said. So that'd be up to 6 cars with 3 units, and you don't have any improved parking right now.
Yeah, on the backyard, they mentioned the dirt. There is dirt because the way the land was, all the water was running to the house. And so we try to put dirt there to, over time, you know, to try to level it out. And over time, we were planning to put concrete on there to make parking.
Okay. Because probably no matter what decision we would make, we'd have to somehow address parking.
Yeah,
whether
parking,
it's
yep.
1, 2, or 3 units. Is the garage, has it been available to be used by a renter in the past?
In the past? I'm not sure. We haven't.
But you would make that available to one of the
we would,
renters?
yeah.
So I take it they'd pay a little more each month than the other 2 people? Okay. All right. Any other questions for Eunice? Okay, all right, we'll check back with you in just a little bit. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else to speak in support of the applicant? No, okay. Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Step right up.
Hi, my name's John Phillips. I live at the property I own is at 34 24th Street. I've lived next door to this structure for some time. I have a number of objections, and I have listed them, the appellant property regarding to the yard size, front setback, et cetera, meets none of them. the property grade erosion is massive down the front, out the front sidewalk, in front on my sidewalk, causing mud on my sidewalk. It's been ongoing for years, still ongoing. Appellant property erosion has also caused the footings for the wooden stairway outside. Is now 2 inches exposed below the concrete. By the way, that wooden stairway outside is in violation of National Fire Code. Some of the repair work, I took pictures of some of the repair work.
Just set it right on top.
Yeah, right here. That's some of the repair work. I think that's inadequate.
You've got a pretty good zoom lens.
Well, I got a good copy machine, and yeah, I did zoom in on it.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, the ongoing erosion, which by the way plugged the city sewer a couple of times, is still ongoing. There is no grading on that yard whatsoever. The lower yard sits approximately 4.5 foot below the main alleyway. They piled some dirt in, not clean fill, brought some dirt in, and hopefully to level it. That's the only way. There is no parking accommodations whatsoever. Parking is on the odd side of the street. There's a fire plug directly in front of the house, and during the winter, there is no parking on 4th Street. So basically in snowfall, what have you, there's 0 parking available. And the most they could hope for, even with a duplex, would be 3 parking spots, 1.5 per unit. Doesn't have it, and it's not there. The only thing they can do is put the car in somebody else's property, or park on a street that's already been plowed. I have a number of objections I file on that wooden stairway. You've pretty much got it. I think the building is a far stretch from being a 3-plex or a duplex. Single-family home, maybe. But it's going to take some professional repair work to do it. Structurally, it's unsound, and the roof is over 30 years old. I see no salvation for it. That's my opinion.
Any questions for Mr. Phillips? Okay. And I would add, Mr. Phillips, no matter what we would decide here today, we can't make any variances or exceptions for things like building code, so.
Yeah, I know. They're asking for 3 exceptions and 2 variances,
Right.
multiple variances.
Right.
By the way, the realtor did lie to them. I had a hassle with the realtor, and he did lie, point blank lied. I had a discussion with him about it and his advertising.
Okay.
About that house and the condition of that house.
And about how he was advertising the house.
He was advertising the house, and I took him to task on his advertising. I said, that's not right.
Okay. Were you aware at the time that it didn't have even a current rental certificate
Oh,
when it was on the
very
market?
much aware. And so was the realtor. But he says, well, nobody's told me. I said, you've been told.
Right.
That's
Right.
He continued to lie, apparently.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition? Do we have any further questions for staff? Eric?
Yeah, I wanted to
A
point
comment?
out that we do give permits for work to preserve and, like,
Right.
a furnace and plumbing, and permits to make sure that they do not lose the structural integrity of the home.
Right.
So, while somebody comes out, maybe looks at, make sure that the furnace was installed correctly or something, that doesn't construe that there's a valid
Okay.
occupancy. So I
Okay.
want to make sure, and so I think some of the things that were stated by the appellant
Right.
may be
Right.
a misunderstanding on their part of how we give occupancy to rental units, so.
And to your knowledge, do you believe it was the intent of the building department staff to just issue a general permit to fix a structure, not to be issuing a building permit for?
And then you can ask Sue
a
again. but
multifamily?
I believe, it wasn't anything that was about converting to
Okay.
a number of units or that type
Okay.
of thing. It was, and then apparently there was a permit that was never issued based on the fact that they weren't able to issue it, so.
Right.
And maybe Sue Ann can answer this. Did inspectors go out and inspect the property? And is there a difference between, if I'm a city inspector and I go out and inspect it, it's not I don't have any idea if it's a duplex or a threeplex. I'm only out there to inspect that the work that's being done is done correctly. Is that correct?
Chair, members of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, Zoning Enforcement Officer. If you pull a mechanical permit to put in a furnace,
Right.
the inspector will inspect to make sure that furnace is put in to code and is safe.
Right.
Same with electrical, plumbing. They came in and pulled a building permit for renovation, and they were asking them for floor plans and how they're going to lay it out, where the egresses were going to be, and that type of thing, which is more where you get into how many units can be in there and what's the zoning. They were asked to bring in additional information and hadn't done it, so that permit was never issued. Then it was brought to our attention that they were trying to redo it as a threeplex, and that's when we made the determination that it lost legal nonconforming rights.
So there was never a permit?
Not for the renovation,
Okay.
which
Right.
is the building structural permit. Permits for mechanical to put in furnaces to make sure that,
Right.
sort of like Eric was saying, that it worked and that the house could be heated so that you had water so you didn't freeze your pipes, that type of thing. But the mechanical inspector's not going to make a determination as to use. They're going to make sure that the furnace is installed correctly. It was caught on the building permit side.
Okay. Sue, I do have a question. I just want to read you something here so I can have you answer something with it. On the bottom of page 29, zoning enforcement comments, the last two sentences, you write, "The most recent rental certificate issued for the property expired on July 7th of 2008. The Neighborhood Inspection Division has monitored the property since December 8th of 2008 for occupancy and has provided information to owners for renewal of a rental certificate." I just need some help on the first hand. Provided information to owners for renewal of a rental certificate. The current owners or any owner, or as ownership has changed, did you notify
Ongoing,
people?
people come in and ask.
Okay.
I believe, I'm not sure that they came in and asked about a
Okay.
rental certificate.
So I wasn't sure if
Given
you
a-
meant like multiple owners or the owners, like just
Might have
them.
been a previous owner. I
It could have been a previous owner. yeah.
Okay.
As people come in and ask, we'll
Yeah.
give them packets and information.
So there's been other owners besides Eunice since '08?
Or other
assuming.
inquiries.
Or other inquiries, okay. And so basically, from your perspective, after it expired in July '08, you knew down at Neighborhood Inspection and Zoning knew that, hey, there's no rental certificate here.
And that's one of the things that we use to mark occupancy and
Sure.
legal nonconforming,
Sure.
loss of legal nonconforming. So '08, it goes vacant. We continue to monitor and make sure somebody
Not living there, right?
is not living there and hasn't moved back in without meeting code.
Right, okay.
Yes.
Nope, sorry. Okay.
Here's another question that I just want to understand. When I pulled the city records, which everybody has.
Is that from the assessor's
That's from the
webpage?
assessor's
Okay.
page. Who owned it in between 2002 and 2011? Because it looks, I mean, if I understand this right, it looks like it was sold to a Raymond Morris in 2002. And then when the Rodriguez bought it in 2011, for $10,000, they bought it from an LNB corporation.
Yeah, I think Raymond Morris lost it to foreclosure, and so the LNB, I believe, was probably the
Mortgage company.
The
entity.
mortgage company. Oh,
Or somebody bought it at the sheriff's
So the
sale.
last certificate that was issued was this one year, that's on the
Okay.
screen here.
And I'm only surmising that from what you're saying,
Yeah.
but that's sometimes a normal course of
Okay.
title transfer.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions for Sue Ann or Eric? Okay. Larry, in fairness, since Sue Ann has spoken, this is kind of my order of procedure. Since Sue Ann has spoken, can we give the appellant a rebuttal?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Eunice, before we discuss this as a board, is there anything else that you want to add? We can give you up to 3 minutes. Based on anything you've heard here, anything discussed? No, you're okay so far? Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and close the public portion then and go to board deliberation. What do you folks think?
It makes me feel sick that these people have converted this into a threeplex, but it really can't be a threeplex. It just can't be. I don't, you know, and I don't know how they can remedy it. Go back on the people that they bought it from maybe, but I just don't, I don't even know how you would do heating up there on that third floor, but I just don't know how I just don't see how it can be a threeplex.
I would agree with that.
Cindy?
There's just so many issues with the site in terms of the size, and I think my major concern is the parking, and especially with the new snow ordinance that forces folks' cars off the street, which I think has been a benefit for the entire city. However, it imposes on, you know, folks with cars, and we all know that everyone has a car, and if you're a couple, you generally have 2 cars, and we would be looking at very inadequate parking.
That's really a tight street there. This is the same street where the tobacco people, you know, that the trucks were coming down there that we had a few months ago, and we had neighbors come in and say that how difficult that was. And that street, that's just a really challenging street. It just is.
Does anybody have any thoughts on if perhaps you know, to find a meet in the middle here with improvements, if staff has kind of an alternative approach here, if we weren't looking at a threeplex, they have some conditions for granting a 2-family dwelling or a duplex.
I can support that.
Brooke, what do you think? I think that's fine. Okay. I know there's a lot of concern here about the property in general, because no matter what we would decide, whether it's 3, 2, or single family, if you're going to have a rental home here, you've got to meet some building code requirements. That's still going to require an investment. Furnaces and stuff inside are great, but there's going to be some stuff you're going to have to do regardless.
If I were to support the duplex, is there something that we can do? Because I know this property. I drive by this property pretty regularly. There is a lot of erosion. That front yard just comes right down. Is there anything that we can do to put some teeth into it so we don't erode, and we don't erode onto the neighbor's property?
Right. And while staff, you know, isn't responsible for building permits, how would we look at that? Or is there a requirement?
When you look at rental code, there's some level of inspection to the overall site in terms of access to the entrances, the condition of paving, or the, you know, the path of where a pedestrian would go.
Right.
Certainly, if there was an issue with the footing on that egress, that would be something that would be, they would have to fix. Our enforcement on the other side, where silt is getting into the sidewalks and the drains in the street, that's actually more enforced through our permit center, our drainage people that review drainage, and they will, if there's a complaint, we will go out and look at that.
Okay.
And would that be part of this process then?
Not automatically. Like I said, normally we operate on a complaint. Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's been indicated here today, we would point that out to our staff, either Ross Stafford or Charlie.
If there was a little foot wall there or something, that would probably help.
Because the violation is more of a water quality in our stormwater violation, probably, than it is the, you know.
Wouldn't we also get into sidewalk, public access issues if we've got a sidewalk that is covered with silt or water?
I think the engineering staff would look at all those things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm clear on that.
Sidewalk free of silt, and we want the storm drains free of silt, I guess.
Okay.
So if we were to allow this as a duplex, they would need to sit down with city staff and talk about a general building permit to convert it to a duplex?
They would need to get permits in all likelihood to meet some of those standards to get, to meet the rental code as well. So they'd be working with a rental inspector, or what we call a neighborhood inspector, and as well as the permit counter staff on the requirements for the building code. So.
All right, thanks, Eric. Well, Linda, I think you might be onto something. Anybody else have any other comments?
Comment, I guess. I mean, both the applicant and the neighbor talked about process, and even Eric had talked about process and mentioned it, and it just seems like we hate, all of us would hate to have anybody think that something is they're going down the right way, and I'm not blaming anybody by any means, but we've talked about this before. If there's any way to do say a checklist or et cetera. Sue Ann said, it was if I recall, mechanical to keep the house in condition. That may be understandable for some of us that do this every day, but it may not be for the average person. We've seen this a few times, and I'm not blaming any staff people or anything, but that may be want to look into a whole different simplified process of just, this is what you got to know. And
Right.
I don't have any good answer,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, but I just wanted to point it out.
I think that's a good comment. If I applied for a building permit for anything, then is this anything to do with a rental property, number one? And then you could start seeing what directions you have to go from there. As part of any process improvement, I would certainly encourage that. I don't necessarily know that that would have been the only indicator, since we had a rental certificate that expired how long ago would that be now? 6, 7 years ago? That's quite a bit of time to not have a rental certificate. If I was going to buy a property, I'd want to know it's got a rental certificate, or if not, what it would take to get me there. So I think Brooke has a good general comment. But with the facts we've got here today, what would you like to do? Any motions on the table?
Well, they already own it. I'd rather see it single-family, but I don't think that's going to happen. And so I think our choices is to do what's best would be to make it into a duplex, provided that, all of the conditions are met. So I would make a motion for approval of the amended appeals for an exception of 15 feet less than the minimum 65 feet of lot width required for a two-family dwelling, and an exception of 2 feet less than the minimum required 17 feet for a total side yard setback, subject to conditions 1, 2, and 3 as outlined by the city. But I'd like to add number 4, that the erosion issues to be dealt with by who? By the,
I would just say to the satisfaction of the city engineer, and that
Okay.
way their representatives
So the-
would be involved in that.
erosion issues to be handled to the satisfaction of the city engineer.
Is that okay with you guys? As an item 4?
Yeah, that
Staff?
gives us enough direction, I think.
Okay, thank you. We like giving you direction. Okay.
I'm assuming that they wouldn't get a
Sir,
rental
please.
certificate if they didn't comply with the
Right,
ordinance.
no, yeah, there wouldn't be a rental certificate, but
1, 2, 3, 4. Sir, you cannot address the board. You had your opportunity to speak earlier. I read the rules at the beginning of the hearing. I'm generally patient. Okay.
but in order to do that, they have to meet that 17 feet. Correct.
Say that.
And
In terms of the parking
Yeah.
stall? Or the,
the side yard setbacks.
They're asking for 2 feet less than the minimum
less
required
than the
17 feet of
17.
total side yard setback. That's both sides.
together, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got a motion, we've got, for the amended appeal, for basically the duplex, meeting conditions 1, 2, 3, in addition of a fourth one for erosion intervention there. Do I have a second? Second. Brooke seconds. Okay, so I got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Give it your best shot, make it look better, see what comes out, okay? All right. And staff will work with you on those conditions and explain that to you. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Phillips. You bet.
But then you have the realtor.
Okay, Bert, you're up next.
Yeah.
That would bring us to item 13 then, 2134 Grand Avenue, and a conditional use permit.
Yeah, and I'd point out there's both the police reports and a couple letters from the neighborhood association and from neighbors in front of each of your seats, so. Item number 13 is a request for a conditional use permit for the property at 2134 East Grand Avenue. It is a parcel that's zoned NPC. It's in the middle of the Fairground residential neighborhood. The east portion of the building contains the Lotus Moments Event Center. Right now, alcohol is permitted to be served and consumed on the premise so long as it's served by a caterer. And the caterer, I guess, is responsible for purchasing the alcohol and then serving it. They're not allowed to sell individual cups or servings of alcohol. So there's no cash bar right now. So this conditional use permit would allow the operator of the event center to have their own liquor license, which would allow them to, I guess, be selling alcohol by the serving at their events. And the zoning ordinance looks at that type of use as a tavern. Really, any time that alcohol is being served and consumed on a property and it's not a restaurant, meaning at least 50% of the sales aren't being derived from food, the city looks at that as a tavern type use. So, in this instance, the tavern use requires 150 feet of separation from any church, park, school, or daycare. There is a there is a church, but it's outside of the 150-foot separation distance. So they aren't required to seek any separation distance variances. So here's the floor plan that shows the event center. You can see it's generally scattered among 4 or 5 different smaller rooms with restrooms and serving areas.
Bert, go back there. What's the little puffy things? Are those trees on the top of the picture?
They're clouds, they're probably changes.
What's that?
That's
Highlighting the plan.
Oh,
Added
all right.
doorways. Looks like they might have had to put.
Okay,
doors in.
all right. That's a little idea bubble for I want to do this. Okay.
I've already.
Okay.
So here's some photos.
Missed out on that in drawing school.
This is the east end of the building. You can see the Lotus Moments Event Center has the main entrance right at the corner of East 22nd and East Grand. There is a small parking area to the west of the building with just a few parking spaces. The site is owned NPC, Neighborhood Pedestrian Commercial, which did grant them the ability to have fewer parking spaces than normally required. So, and then in the packet was the police reports that were generated within the last 12 months within 500 feet of the subject property. And I believe there's only one on here that could be attributed to this property. And I'm not sure, it says it was at 2134 East Grand, but then it says highway alley or highway road or alley. So that could have just been somebody else driving by and they got an OWI there. And here is the consent map. You can see we had a number of cards and comments come back in opposition.
And consent map is what distance?
We notify 250 feet, so this
Okay.
outline is
Okay.
250 feet. We do show 200 feet, just that's the way the mapping system's been showing it. We're trying to figure out a way to turn off that inner
Sure.
circle. But the 250 feet is the notification area.
Okay. And because for reference, when we look at police reports within 500 feet, that's also 500-foot radius.
Right.
So it'd be, relatively speaking, twice as large as this area.
Correct,
Okay.
Yeah. So when staff was reviewing this against the criteria, part A is this meeting the separation distances. Like I mentioned, the site does meet those, but then criterias B and C are related to protecting the surrounding residential properties. As you can see on the aerial, there are a number of single-family residences in the immediate vicinity. So it's located in the heart of a residential neighborhood. So we do have concerns with this being so close to so many houses. We feel that if they are granted the liquor license for this facility, that allows them to sell drinks by the serving. We feel that would possibly intensify the use, maybe increase the frequency of events or people gathering on the property. So we have recommended denial of the requested conditional use permit. Any questions?
I have a question. When you first started, you said that this is an event center, and what constitutes an event? And do they have to come to you every time there's an event and apply for a special use permit?
Right now, all of the alcohol sold or served, not sold, served on the premises is done so by individual caterers who have their own liquor licenses that allow them to go to various sites to serve. So
Okay, so they could book an event every night as long as it's catered
correct.
by
Yeah.
somebody. And does anybody
Yeah.
monitor how often this building has been utilized? No.
We haven't, no.
No. So if we denied this, which is what you're requesting, they could in essence pretty much carry on as they had before.
Only they wouldn't be able to sell by the servings.
Right, okay.
They could still serve, have a
Sure.
open bar, but they just couldn't have a cash bar.
And
Okay.
if we granted it, and they could sell it by the
Drink per
by the
se.
drink, sell it, could they be open, could it just be a tavern then? Or would it still have to be
Well,
only with a special
I think if the board granted it, you would want to put a condition on it that says it has to be, any liquor license has to be associated with a event center use and not a tavern use. So I think you want to, if you grant it, you want to be careful how it's
Right.
worded.
But if we don't grant the appeal here today, then it's basically they continue on as they have.
Correct.
And if the neighbors have issues, that's a matter of just public disturbance, police, et cetera.
Right.
Yeah, there's no real role for the board on this property. If we were just denying this permit, we don't do anything else with it.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Should we hear from the applicant? All right. Anything else you want to add, Bert? Are we good? Okay. All right. The applicant or representative of the applicant, please step up. Hello.
Hello, my name's Renata Bolin. It's 2134 East Grand Avenue, Des Moines, and the business is called Lotus Moments Event Center. We're here to apply for a liquor license. We have history with the liquor license in a different county, Madison County, for 3 years. So we are informed with all the laws and regulations what it needs to be for a liquor license. The only thing that is going to change is the person who's going to have the liquor license. We do have caterers that have the liquor license that come to our facility. That's the only thing that's going to change is the people who are able to serve. We still have police officers on staff for events that have alcohol. That was I think it was 5 years ago, we came to you guys to rezone for the MPC, and that was one of the requirements, and we have done that, and we will continue to do so. The people that are refuting, it's all politics. You know, I have to say that, but we will say that we won't open a bar, so if you want to put that as a conditional use or whatever you call it, you can definitely put that down. We're only open for private events, weddings, baby showers, social events, nonprofits. Let's see. So it's not open to the public, private events. Unfortunately, you talk about increase of use. We're actually struggling to bring people from different parts of the city to the neighborhood area. The neighborhood is in a very bad shape. So hopefully, with the extra revenue from the liquor, we can maybe help the neighborhood to increase the cosmetic of it. There's a lot of abandoned houses, a lot of houses that are not very nice in the neighborhood. So this would be one added benefit that I can add to the people that rent my facility if we can provide them a liquor. A lot of places do charge a lot of money for liquor. If you go to Marriott, they might charge you $7 for a drink or $5 a beer. We want to be competitive, and that's why we want to grow our business. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it. Like I said, nothing's going to change as far as protocol.
So could people, when they, if you get this permit, can they still bring in their own caterers and liquor?
Yeah, they could bring their own caterer.
But not
their
the
food.
liquor.
It has to be certified caterer.
And they could, that caterer could serve
I would
alcohol?
have to waive my liquor license for the alcohol beverages in order for them to do so.
Just during that event or in general?
During that event,
Okay.
yes. Yeah,
Are you going to be doing that?
I can. I mean, it would
It
have to
just
be an
depends on-
upcharge or something.
Yeah.
But they would still be required to have police and stuff like that.
And
too.
then, I know you haven't seen the response cards, or you may want to look at those between,
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
I think
And then
they're
there
over
was
there.
two
And then-
neighborhood associations. One is recognized,
Yes.
one is not.
Yes.
Again, that's all politics. The one that's in favor is in our neighborhood, the other one is not. So
So
take it as a grain of salt.
you mentioned that you're going to have 2 off-duty policemen
Yep, for
is
security.
this at every event?
Alcohol related.
Every alcohol
I mean,
related?
somebody has a baby shower, I'm not going to require to have
Yeah.
a police officer. That doesn't
I
make any
understand.
sense.
Well,
But if it's an event and in your event center and there's alcohol served, you're going to have
Yes.
2 off-duty policemen
Yes.
there for the entire event.
Yep.
Right.
And they're required to have two for their regulations. So, and they have to have a minimum of 4 hours of work.
And right now, with the way it's set up now, you don't necessarily provide that. It would be up to the person renting the hall and the caterer?
Right.
Okay.
And Renata, I'm curious about something that you had mentioned, and you sounded kind of impassioned about it, that you want to better the neighborhood by having your own liquor license.
I do, because,
Okay.
you know, I pay a lot of money in taxes.
Right.
And to bring people from West Des Moines or Urbandale,
Okay.
I really struggle to bring them in, because when they go through
Uh-huh.
the East 14 down to Grand, I mean, there's an abandoned silo there, you know, the tracks and the
Okay.
houses.
I might not disagree with some of your observations, but how are you going to be improving the neighborhood?
Well, you know, I've talked to the neighborhood associate, I'd
Right.
love to put banners on the streets.
So what you're saying, if you have increased revenue, you're going to give money to your
I'd like to give
neighborhood
something,
to
whatever I
do
could,
community
yes.
betterment? Okay.
I mean, we've donated printing to the neighborhood association, right, to
Okay.
get more recruitment for people to be involved.
Okay.
You know, we donated our space to the neighborhood association to use for meeting space for their stuff.
And how long have you operated here?
About 5 years.
And what was here before you were operating?
We had a tenant that was using the space to make concrete countertops.
Right,
And
okay.
basically, he damaged the building, so that's how the
Okay.
event center came about.
Okay, so you would own the building as kind of like a commercial landlord for different?
Right,
different-
I'm the one that runs the events.
Okay.
I'm actually there.
Okay, and you had done something similar to that in Madison County?
Yep.
Okay.
We have actually an amphitheater out there for 18,000
Oh,
people.
yes, okay.
So, I mean, we have a lot of experience underneath us, and, you know, we have a lot of reliable staff and caterers that we work with and stuff like that, too.
Okay.
So,
All right,
Any
other
other
questions for Renata?
anything else?
Okay, I think we're good for now. You might want to read those cards if you haven't, and,
Just to clarify that one for the police, we do have a lot of people dump their trash in the neighborhood, in the alleyway. And just a matter of fact, last week, somebody tried to cut into the siding of our building to get into our building.
oh, nice. Okay, is there anyone here to speak in support of the applicant?
Doesn't sound good at all.
Hello, my name is Brenda Campbell. I live at 6494 168th Avenue in Indianola, Iowa. I knew the building before, and I knew it after. I was a realtor at the time, and I that's the interest I had with the organization. I want to let you know that when the event center had been approached about 5.5 years ago, the company put an enormous amount of money in renovations on the interior of that building for this event center. I think that anyone that went in before and seen the office opposed to now a beautiful variety of a nice hardwood dance floor. There's just a lot of things that they promote there. The one thing that I do know is they need, I think their one concern is they want more control over the alcohol. When you have someone that comes in and caters, you don't really have that control other than the officers on site. But this way it will allow them to ensure that the alcohol starts at a certain time and it ends so I think it's more of a control thing that they want. But that's really the only 2 points I wanted to make.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Anybody else here to speak in support? Is there anybody here to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Step right up.
I'm Eraz Rogidnitsky. I am owner of that building, and we put a lot sweat and money into the building and property over there. Before there was trash all over, we cleaned it up with that liquor license. Now there'll be next step. We kind of keep control, let the people not bring it over liquor to the inside the building. Because now they got a way to sneak it inside. And they're using it anyway and drinking outside. We don't got no control over that. That's only give us control over that.
Okay. Sir, I'm a little confused. You're the owner of the building?
Yes.
And you don't agree with?
I agree.
You do agree?
Yes, I am.
So you're here to
for.
speak in support of her?
Support.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you want to have control over the alcohol so people can't
That's
sneak it
right.
in? Okay. All right. I've heard of that happening before at places.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the gentleman? Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Is there anybody else in support? We'll just clarify that if you're for this. Is there anybody in opposition that does not like the idea? Okay. Hearing none, any other further comments from staff? Okay. All right, we'll close the public portion and go to board deliberation. Yes, Brooke?
We gave the applicant those cards to look at.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear back, or?
I'm not opposed to that. Sure. That's a good point. If, although we don't necessarily have anything to rebut because nobody spoke in opposition, the cards had some concern. Renata, is there anything you'd like to come back up and add to some of the comments you've heard?
You don't have to.
Right. It's just up to you. Yeah. You'd have to come to the microphone so we can hear you on the record.
Okay, for example, the loud noise that they're talking about, when the police officer was there, the person called the police station and then they called the officer. Officer had a monitor. They can't do anything. If it's under the noise ordinance, they have a decimeter.
Okay.
So that's to explain the one issue for the loud. We have curtailed, we made a new policy that kids cannot be out on the front lawn after 9 o'clock because they have no business being outside. And we have a policy in our contract that we can show you that they're not allowed outside. And we do tell the police officer they're not supposed to take alcohol outside as well. It needs to stay within the event center. I think that kind of addresses some of them.
Okay.
I just have a
sure,
couple
Cindy.
of questions, maybe concerns. You mentioned the word political and talking about the neighborhood associations. You also use the term grain of salt. I guess from a neighborhood perspective, I think everyone probably here is very sensitive to neighborhood concerns. They usually rise their cream for me compared to some other issues, but I think you're really trying to do a good job. It sounds like you've got a nice venue, that you're really trying to do the right thing. When you make comments about the surrounding area, yes, of course, we all understand that there are some issues. But, maybe you have tried this, but have you worked with the neighborhood association or reached out directly to these neighbors to say, let's all come together, talk through this, try to...
I've tried. I don't know what to do. I mean, it's way before we were even event center there. They have such a feud. It's bad.
I would just point out that the actual Fairground Neighborhood Association did support it. There's a email.
Yeah, I think
from-
she mentioned one supported it, one
Right.
that was
Right.
not that was not that neighborhood did not support it.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure.
Right.
The actual
Okay.
one recognized by the city did support it.
If you have
Okay.
suggestions,
Right.
we'll take them.
Okay.
Because if you have a divided neighborhood, you won't conquer, you won't make a better place.
Okay. But with I'm not sure the number, but with 8 or 9 comment cards, they're not all talking about the one loud noise on one night. It sounds like there are some general concerns.
I'll tell the police officer,
Okay.
we'll
Sure.
put it on there,
Sure.
that, they have to have a better control of that. Because they're the ones, they can shut down a party without reasonable
Okay.
cause or whatever. So,
Okay.
So if you were granted the liquor license, then would you have control of the police officers, or are those police officers being managed and controlled by the caterer or the people who rent the venue?
No, the police officer goes by city laws and stuff like that. They do
Right.
patrol the facility, they make sure the doors are closed when they're supposed to, and they do ID as well.
But are you hiring the officer no matter what?
Yes,
Or was
you
your?
have, no, I have to hire a city
Okay,
cop.
all right.
That's requirement of the city.
And of course, they have to abide by city codes, but you could alert them and say,
Oh, for
we don't want children out in the front yard, or we don't want
Yes.
people leaving the property, just, and I'm assuming you do that, or
Yeah,
would
no,
do
no.
that?
I tell the police officer, Tim Nading is a police officer. If you want to talk to him, he could tell you, what the requirements, and like I said, I could show you on the contract what it states on there, and the person who's renting has to sign that. And if they're a breach of contract, then I can end their event
Okay.
without reasonable cause.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have one question for staff. This is maybe clarification. And Renata had mentioned this, a lot of us kind of looked the same, but she had mentioned that we gave permission for this a few years ago. I think, was there a rezoning through P and Z?
Yeah, this was a residential property located in a residential area, or, yeah. There was a industrial use on this property.
Right.
They just considered illegal non-conforming.
Okay.
use. So when the use changed, when they wanted to change to the event center use, they didn't have the grandfather right, so they had to go to the Plan and Zoning Commission
Okay.
to rezone it to NPC, and then the city council ultimately approved that rezoning.
Okay, so they didn't have to get a conditional use permit
No.
from us for any activities on the site until kind of where we're at here now?
Right.
Okay.
And when they, well,
Yeah, and I know parking was an issue. I'm assuming to get the rezoning and have that use, they met the parking requirements at
The
the time?
NPC district, they did meet the parking.
Because it's NPC, neighborhood
If it
pedestrian.
would have been any other district, they wouldn't have met. But the
Okay.
NPC, they could also count the on-street towards their requirement.
Even for an event center?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great, thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll close the public portion, go to board deliberation now, back to where we were. And comments, thoughts? Well, here, I'll just throw something out here.
You start us off.
Well, Brooke had a good idea there to have her review those comments. If this came to us as a conditional use permit to have an event center and sell alcohol at this place, I don't know if I would have supported it that way. So I don't know if I can support it this way. It might be it is what it is, but I don't know if I want to make any changes that encourages more on the alcohol side. That's just me.
I would have to agree with you on that. I mean, there's already a lot going on in that neighborhood. They already have 6 taverns, a drive-through, a liquor store, a convenience store, drugstore, grocery store, and restaurant that all sell alcohol. If they keep it in an event center and have it catered, I think there's a little more control. But by changing it, we would be making it a tavern. And I think that does impact the neighborhood. It's doing fine the way it is. There's no hardship. They're not going to make any less money. I can't support it.
Anybody else?
I'd concur with that.
Well, I'll make my comment, I guess. I mean, taking the applicant at her word, and I have no reason not to have the off-duty policeman on premises because she's holding the liquor license. It's in her contract that they have to abide by A, B, and C, whatever those may be. I would think that she's of her word and trying to get a handle more on control versus what it is today. The neighborhood association is okay with it, and I guess there must be 2 neighborhood associations, or I'm not quite sure what that means, but
Right.
the one neighborhood association sanctioned by Bert is in favor of it, so that's good. So I would support it because I think she's trying to do the right thing. I understand everyone's point, but if you can get more control and have the requirement of the off-duty police and et cetera, I think that would be a plus more than a minus.
Sure.
I struggle a little bit with the more control. And maybe some of the board members here that are more seasoned than myself can help me understand how it's going to be more control if she owns a liquor license versus the caterer, because I would think the caterer would have some responsibility and by signing a contract, they're abiding by
Right.
whatever so I sort of understand the control thing, but I don't know, Larry, am I way off base here?
No, you're not. I think it'd be pretty much equal. Now, if you did have the permit in your name, you probably want to make sure that people aren't going to violate. You have more vested interest. That'd probably be the only difference. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Because as the operator of the establishment, she can give her own clauses to anybody that rents at any time under any circumstance of what the rules are in her mind and what she lays down her own law beyond city code. And if they don't comply with it, they get kicked out, they lose their deposit, they don't ever get to come back, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, she does have the ultimate control even now.
And I think it's important to listen to what neighborhoods say. I mean, the Fairground Neighbors for Community Improvement have been around for a long, long, long time. And, you've got 5 people that have signed this that are all in agreement that it's probably not in the neighborhood's best interest. Those comment cards are very important, I feel. If you've already got people that are saying, there's not a lot, that things aren't quite great there now. If the cards had all been very supportive and said, yeah, you know what, they do a great job and everything's great, I'd feel differently, but I don't think that's the case.
But, well, if they were so strongly against, you would think at least one may show up today and voice their opinion. There isn't anybody here saying they are against this. Not that I'm not saying the comment cards aren't their opinion and they're very concerned, but you think 1 out of 8 or 9 may take the time to show up. That concerns me.
And to address that, you have to realize this is my neighborhood. It's a very working class neighborhood. People are working jobs. People that are oftentimes living in these neighborhoods, not everybody has the luxury to be able to take an afternoon off.
I understand that.
We have board members that have to take vacation time to be here. So,
No, Linda, I understand that completely. I'm just saying there was 8 or 9 of them. I would think 1 may show up. But I'm not taking away what their comments are.
I don't personally see, provided that we can keep this from turning into a tavern with whatever clause we have, I don't see how this increases the ability for them to sell alcohol. I think that, to Larry's point, if somebody has a vested interest in the actual licensure, there's value to that, and a vested interest in maintaining proper control. It's been there 5 years, and now you could have a different caterer every day with a different liquor license. So to me, it's maybe you can't control a person who's going to be out of control any different, but you have a vested interest to do something to stop it.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Sue, although we're under board deliberation, I might reopen that if you have something to add that can
Make a comment.
help us here.
Chair and the board, if you decide to grant a conditional use permit, I would advise you to put the provision in there that if it becomes a nuisance, that the zoning enforcement officer can bring it back to you for reconsideration.
Certain, and in any conditional.
That would be my friendly.
Right, in any conditional use permit, we would generally have that anyway.
But since you don't have staff recs that say that, I
Right,
don't want
okay.
you to forget
Just
that.
as a good reminder to us. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay. All right, further discussion based on that? Or does that maybe reinforce some of the comments that have been made? Well, we can do this one of 2 ways. Someone can put a motion out there to approve the requested conditional use permit. We can start with that. Okay.
I move we approve it based on the staff recommendations, along with Sue Ann's recommendation to add the enforcement officer language.
I would second that.
Okay.
I might want to, typically when you have a conditional use permit, you probably have a list of more than one or two conditions. So I would ask maybe staff what other conditions might be appropriate if that's the.
We had a hunch that the board might be inclined, so we had these drawn up. Most of them are the standard ones, but the first, I guess 1 and 3 are unique to this site. 1, any sale of liquor, wine or beer shall be accessory to an assembly or reception hall use for private events. Then the third, we said no consumption of alcohol shall occur outside of the fully enclosed building. And that was, just from the comment cards, it sounds like people are taking their drinks out in the parking lot right now. And we would want, I guess, that to stop.
Are there any hours, limitations?
No. I mean, if the board felt inclined to put limitations on hours, you certainly could, but.
It's a liquor license requirement, there'd be, obviously can't sell past the legal hours of, 2 a.m., yeah.
Right, which seems rather late for a residential area and for an event center. So I think if I was going to support this, I would have to see some hours restriction before I could support it, just because of the closeness of the residences and their concerns.
Right.
And Jake, thank you for your comments. It kind of helps clear it up, the whole control issue. It kind of solidified it for me better.
Well, can we ask Renata what she would think about these and maybe discussion of some hours? Renata, would you like to come back up here?
Are we talking hours of operation or hours to serve?
First of all, I'd like to see in general what the city's proposed, if she is okay with what she's seeing here first, and then we can get to that. Not to put you on the spot.
Oh, it's okay. I'm trying to read fast. What's that mean, number 5?
That if a manager isn't there, that there would be something posted, a way to contact the manager, some kind of a cell phone number. Is that correct?
No, we're always there.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is good, but we'd still want to see that posted
there's business cards. I mean,
regardless,
we can
right?
make a little sign. That's no big deal. Because we'll put it right by the capacity sign. That's right by the entryway. That's no problem.
How about hours of operation and hours when you could sell alcohol?
Well, technically, you have until like 1:30 to sell, but I tried to push the events to stop at 11.
Okay, but you're in front of the Board of Adjustment, and this is a conditional use permit if we
Okay.
would grant it, which means there's conditions.
Okay, so
So
can we have at least till midnight?
we, depending on what the board thinks, we could discuss that.
I mean, let me know. I'll work around it.
Right. I would kind
But
of
if it's
see
like-
2 issues. I think that even if people stop drinking, if people are still at an event, if it goes past midnight, 1 a.m., I'd be very concerned about that in a residential neighborhood
Okay.
versus when you shut them off for drinking.
What's the difference between,
Well, I see a couple, because you shut them off for drinking, what do people start doing? They start filtering out. So maybe they start drinking or quit drinking earlier, and then we close at a certain time.
okay,
What's your normal
Yeah,
event go to?
11?
that's it? Well, that's not too bad.
Usually it's 11. 90% goes to 11 and mostly till midnight.
So you would want to quit serving or quit selling by 10. That way you could give a last call. That way
10:30.
it gives you the opportunity to make sure everyone's out of there at 11. I mean, if that's signed by their contract, they need to be there, be gone.
And if that's the provision, then I'll have to stick with that, then I'll have to get a caterer if they want to go past that.
Well,
Right, or no?
we're going to talk about drawing a line in the sand with you if this is going to get somewhere.
Okay.
Not maybe this or 90% that or 10/30 half of this. We're going to have to come up with some firm times here.
Okay.
So when are your events complete for the night? I'd want to start there.
By midnight.
By midnight, okay. So if we were stopping selling alcohol by 11 p.m., would that be okay with
Fine.
you?
If that's what it has to be, then that's what it has to be.
Just putting something out there so we can have a discussion on it.
I mean, I've complied with everything from the time before, what you guys requested, so
Okay.
whatever will make it work, I will comply.
And just for my own clarity, if the board were to approve this conditional use permit, would the owner still have the opportunity to have a caterer come in and bring their own liquor? Plus, she would have a liquor license?
Can't do that.
I guess I thought it was going to be one or the other.
This is a conditional use permit, so I think.
Yeah,
Go
and,
ahead, Larry.
and I'm not the expert on all liquor laws, but I did hear one comment, how she'd have to put her license in abeyance, but I would just recommend the board just not allow it. That basically, any liquor served be through license of the owner.
And no one else?
Right.
Okay.
Isn't that what you kind of want anyway?
Yes.
That would, so
Yeah.
that would need to be a condition, maybe?
You could add, yes, I
Add
would
that as a
recommend
condition?
adding that as a condition.
Fine.
Okay.
Everything looks fine on there. We don't have a drive-through. Everything looks
Okay.
okay on that, and whatever else you want to add.
So if we looked at some amendments here and we said that serving stops at 11 and events over at midnight, I might ask staff to help us clarify just a little, what language would we need to help you understand that for a conditional use permit? Is that okay? If that's where we're headed. So, let's back up here. Did we have a motion on the table yet to grant it from Brooke, second by you? If they would meet conditions 1 through 12, plus,
Plus-
Does Cindy have a friendly amendment to Brooks' motion?
Right, my friendly amendment would be that only the owner of the building would be allowed to sell, to have, only the owner with the liquor license would be allowed to sell liquor at all events, and that the
Number
serving
13.
time would always stop at 11 PM for any event,
and that the events end by midnight.
and that the events end by midnight. Thank you, Mr. Chair, yes.
And if I,
Okay.
can I just clarify something? She leases the building, I believe. So if.
Yeah.
No, she owns the building?
Yeah, I thought she owned it.
Okay,
That's a good point, though.
You have a co-investor over there? Yeah, okay.
okay, so.
But the
they
conditional
own
use,
it.
all right.
Okay, and have
They
they,
but it's the owner is one of the partners in the LLC.
So ROK Investments is who gets a conditional use, and ROK Investments would have the liquor license. Is that correct? Yeah.
but if they decided to then lease the building to somebody else, that,
Conditional use would go with it? Is
yeah,
that your question?
does it?
Does the conditional use go with it if she leases it to somebody else and ROK steps out?
Stipulate that they have to come back.
I would say we
I'd say
should.
we add another amendment then.
Yeah, the liquor license itself is issued by the city council every year. And so if you put a condition that it can only be issued to the business owner or the property owner, then when the city council reviews the application each year, they would see that's a condition of the conditional use permit.
So we should add a condition that it can only be by the property owner.
And,
Yeah,
and for clarification, these folks were never before this board
correct,
before.
correct.
They
went
were
to
only before
the Plan and Zoning
plan and
Commission and the city
zoning.
council.
And before plan and zoning, in order for them to change the zoning, they most likely said we will not have our own liquor license, correct?
I don't
I
think
mean,
they
we don't
said-
know that, but,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't know that it was discussed 6 years ago when it was
Okay.
rezoned. They had just
Okay.
rezoned it so they could specifically have a
In events.
event center use there, yeah.
So if we had another friendly amendment, that'd be number 15, that the liquor license would only be issued to the property owner?
Right. Because somebody leasing it could call themselves the business owner.
Right.
And they're not really the owner of the property.
If that's workable with staff, per se?
I think we understand it.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we've got a motion, we've got a second, we have 3 amendments. Bert, Eric, you've got those in general? Well, and I might have been splitting them up.
No, there's 3.
Yeah, the first, it was her license only, which actually, I think we're just clarifying that now.
That only
Yeah.
she would be, only the owner, the building property owner would be able to sell
Right,
the liquor.
liquor, and no other liquor license holders, caterers, or anybody else can come in and sell liquor. So it's actually kind of a combo there. And then, no serving after 11, events in it by midnight as a secondary. Is that okay?
And then the last one about the property owner could only be reissued the conditional use permit by the city council. annually.
The liquor license.
The liquor license, sorry.
Can I just ask
So that
one
is
quick
30.
question? I know we're going on and on about this. But if they have a liquor license, and I want to have a family reunion, and I want to make it a potluck and bring everybody in my family in, can we then, is that an event and I can,
We won't be able to bring
but I can buy liquor from them?
Sure. Yeah, that's the idea here.
Okay.
And
So
when it is,
doesn't necessarily
okay,
have to be a caterer. It could be,
we're eliminating the caterer selling alcohol now by
but are
this.
we eliminating the caterers?
No,
No,
not the food part.
no, they can still bring food and
But they don't have to
decorations.
use them. They could use, I can go to Kentucky Fried Chicken.
And are we eliminating BYOB along with this? Is that how
I
it
think
works?
That's how I would interpret it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because applicants could make their own backroom deal, or the renters could make their own backroom deals then to say, well, you're not going to sell it to us, but charge us $100 more and let us bring in our own booze, which I saw happen in college.
I think if you had the condition say something like, any alcohol shall be served in accordance with a liquor license issued to the property owner.
Okay.
That would,
And just to be clear, that the restriction by this board would be that liquor can only be sold by the owner. The actual licensing is a city council requirement, but that's,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes.
If you'll help us square that out, and then the owner's okay with it, if this would pass here, then I think at least the intent of the board might be met,
That
which
helps.
is what I try to do at best. Let's make sure your intent gets across. Okay, so we've got a motion, we've got a second, we've got 3 friendly amendments to that. So let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, opposed?
One.
Okay. All right, we want you to do it and do it right. The motion passes, okay? So give it your best shot. Make some friends in the neighborhood. Okay, have some baby showers. All right. Yeah.
Stepping down, recusing myself, and
From the next item, okay, I would like to take a 5-minute break if that would be okay. Let's reconvene at 3:30. We'll make this very short. I know everybody's been waiting patiently. Brooke, are you good for the rest of the afternoon? Are you good for the rest of the afternoon? Yeah. I'll try to drop in at Sam Betty's if he doesn't have a meeting. If he doesn't have a neighborhood meeting that night, he'll be at Sam Betty's.
But is he around today?
Oh, no, I haven't seen him. No, he's out for business. He's gone through Saturday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's got something through work. So, all right, there's Cindy, and when Brooke returns, we will get started. Who's he messing with? Okay. What? High winds? Okay. Hey, Jake, yell at Brooke to get back in here. There he is. Oh, sorry. No, that's fine. 1, 2, okay. All right. All right, folks, we'll go ahead and reconvene here for this afternoon.
All right, item number 14 is a request for a conditional use permit for the Des Moines Social Club at their new facility at 900 Mulberry Street. It's the former fire station number 1. It's located on the south side of Mulberry, bounded by 9th Street to the east and Cherry Street to the south. Then the 111 City Lofts residential use is directly across the alley to the west. The conditional use permit would allow the existing facility to obtain a liquor license that would allow them to serve and consume alcohol on the entire premises. That would include all parts of both buildings as well as all outdoor areas where they would have patios, as well as a rooftop patio on the south property or south building. And I'd also point out that the Malo restaurant is going to be opening up in the northern building soon, and that's considered a restaurant, so that portion of the property technically doesn't need this conditional use permit, but staff has recommended that the conditional use permit just cover the entire premises, just to avoid any issues in the future with, I guess, different events utilizing multiple components of this facility. Because the facility does include a mix of the restaurant, tavern, theater, classroom, gallery type spaces. So, here's another photo supplied by the applicant. This is looking along the east property line. You can kind of see the viaduct up here, just showing the life on the sidewalk. And here's the site sketch. You can see this darker gray area. That's the main former fire station building. That's where the restaurant use would be on the main level. And then at the south end of the site, there's the old maintenance building that they were converted to the theater. And then this is also where they have the rooftop patio. Like I mentioned, the conditional use permit covers the entire property, which would allow them to use this courtyard area for events as well. And I'll let the applicant explain what types of events they foresee happening in that courtyard. This is just the floor plan of the restaurant. Again, they do show a patio on the north side of the building, as well as a pretty large restaurant on the main level. And then this is that maintenance building on the south property, or south side of the property that contains the theater and some other spaces, as well as the rooftop patio. I'll just go through some more photos. Just looking at it from the north. So just another view. You can see the 111 City Lofts residential building pretty close to the west. This is taken from inside the courtyard, looking north. This is the northern building where the restaurant would be. Another photo from the courtyard looking south. This is the stairwell leading to the rooftop patio. And then this is taken from the south or the 9th Street viaduct. So you can
Nice work.
I'd wait till no cars are coming. So there's the patio here on top of that building. Just another view with the new sign they put up to advertise or identify their theater.
And And Bert, while you're there, and I don't mean to interrupt you extensively, but the gray building in the background of the photo, what adjoining use is that, or what is that?
The 111 City Lofts with the
Okay.
residential condominiums.
Okay.
And then that's just another view.
Uh-huh.
And this is just looking at it from Cherry Street. You can just see,
Okay.
this is the side of the building facing Cherry Street. The police reports provided to you, I guess since the business hasn't officially opened, we've had some events there, but the majority hasn't opened yet. There's really nothing in the police reports of interest. And then the consent map, we did have several cards come back in support, and then one card from a condo owner in the lofts to the west in opposition. So staff feels that they have satisfied the criteria necessary for granting a conditional use permit. And this is the downtown area where I guess you expect a mix of the tavern, theater, restaurant type uses, I guess among residential uses. So we felt that this is an appropriate location. It would have community benefit. So we've recommended approval subject to 8 conditions, and they're just standard. Number 2, we've said that any outdoor consumption of alcohol shall occur within an area surrounded by a 4-foot tall wall or fence. So we just thought that would be necessary to kind of, I don't know if corral is the right word, but kind of contain the events onto the property. So, and I won't go through the other conditions for the sake of time, but any questions?
On the outdoor consumption, like that rooftop, are you recommending it doesn't appear at any hours?
We didn't recommend any hours. We did note condition number 4 that they comply with the city's noise control ordinance, which limits the noise, and Sue-Ann's better versed at that than me, so I don't see her now, but.
It's all right. If need be, we can check in with her.
Yeah. There she goes.
Okay.
I mean, because it's right next to a residential unit with balconies and all that.
Yeah, you're right. So.
Maybe we can discuss that with the applicant and see what their intention is.
That's why I thought it'd be good to hear the applicant say what types of events they're going to have in the courtyard and on that patio.
Mm-hmm. All right, any other questions for Bert? I don't have to look too far here. Just 4 of us on this one. Okay, thank you, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant. Oh, this is an interesting juxtaposition.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. Jake Christensen, 506 3rd Street, Suite 300, Des Moines. I'm here on behalf of the Des Moines Social Club.
Yep.
As Bert mentioned, what I'd like to do is begin to outline the way the buildings are set up and the intent, and then have the actual executive director of the social club give you more detail as to how the events will work and how the social club works.
Great.
Begin with passing out. Bert has some pretty good pictures, but just send those around. Can I have one just so I know? As Bert mentioned, the complex is set up in a 2-building configuration. Front building is approximately 24,000 square feet. The anchor tenant is an Orchestrate restaurant known for Zombie Burger, Centro, Django, Gateway Market, South Union. So we feel like we have an exceptional tenant. The sales volume from that particular use would actually be able to handle and meet the requirement for the entire parcel. But to Bert's point, having this conditional use over the entire property will allow some flexibility, and Zach can speak to what types of events that would entail. Second floor of the building is primarily classrooms. We also have a coffee shop on the first floor. Sorry, Cup of Kryptonite, I overlooked you for a second. And gallery on the first floor of the main building completes that. The rear building is the theater. And so we converted the 2 stalls that were used as maintenance facilities for the fire department into a black box theater. And so we would welcome you to come and take a look at it. It turned out really well. The intent is to be able to have different alcohol licensure in the back building to allow some flexibility to the social club long-term. Basement is where the predominant serving of alcohol would occur. And then, as I mentioned, the theater, much like the Des Moines Playhouse Community Theater, is on the main floor. And then Bert showed you pictures of the rooftop deck. We are fine with the conditions that city staff has recommended. And with that, I'll turn it over to Zach Mannheimer, Executive Director of the Social Club.
Thank you, Jake.
Good afternoon. Zach Mannheimer, 647 36th Street here in Des Moines. Thank you for letting us speak today. Sure. Jake talked a little bit about what will be in the building. I can go into a little bit more detail. So the first floor of the main building will be primarily Malo Restaurant will be the major footprint, Capes Cafe Coffee Shop, and then the Viaduct Art Gallery that we will operate. On the second story, there's office space for 5 nonprofit organizations. There are 3 educational classrooms and what will eventually become a culinary school on the second floor. Outside, between the buildings, will be an outdoor courtyard that I'll talk about in a moment. And the back building is primarily the Come and Go Black Box Theater, and then the bar in the basement and on the rooftop. Obviously, 111 Lofts is very close to us in proximity. We've been in discussions with them basically before we even owned the building, just talking with them over the last year and a half. We have gone over there to talk with residents, hear concerns. We continue to do that. We're setting up a tour next month with as many residents that would like to come through. Something that we have preliminarily talked about and we'd like to agree to, you mentioned hours and sound and so forth, that we've discussed with them a cap on amplified sound at 10 o'clock every night, and outdoor. And this is, well, I believe 2 hours before the cap would normally be. We will not, obviously outdoor spaces are weather permitting. The outdoor courtyard, we are planning on putting a movie screen on the wall, and we designed the space so it all faces away from the lofts. So all sound and light should move completely away from them. The signage that we did was purposeful to not go to any residents. So we would certainly limit at 10 o'clock. Same thing with the rooftop bar. Any sound, any amplified sound would stop at 10 o'clock. We also understand this is an ongoing relationship, and we'd like to keep an open dialogue with everybody in the lofts as we move forward. As we've talked about before, this is probably certainly better than fire alarms going off at 3 in the morning. But still, we don't want to disturb our neighbors. We want to be good neighbors, and that's our goal. This is a community space. That's the whole point. So we will keep an open dialogue, and we'll listen to any issues that arise.
Okay. Questions for Zach? Now, you'd mentioned kind of the sound thing at 10 p.m. The alcohol serving, when would that?
Alcohol serving would probably go with normal hours.
Okay. Okay.
I wouldn't imagine it going late on weekdays.
Okay.
But weekends probably late.
Okay. And staff has there's an item in here to have a 4-foot wall or fence kind of like down in what I'd call the courtyard area, on in areas where you'd be serving alcohol. So are you thinking about just having a 4-foot wall around the perimeter in that
that's
area?
a discussion right now, what we're going to do. There'll be some delineation, absolutely.
Okay, but you haven't necessarily shown it on your
No.
your plan drawing here.
It will be on the north side on the outdoor patio. In the back courtyard, we will certainly comply with whatever we need to.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, with 4 of us here, no questions at this time, Zach. So we'll check in with you in a few minutes if need be.
Thank you very
All
much.
right. Thank you. All right. Is there anybody else here to speak in support of the applicant? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Please step forward. You probably know how this is running now this afternoon.
My name's Eric Johnson, 111 10th Street, Unit 303. I'm the on-site manager at 111 C Lofts.
Okay.
Believe me, I'm ready for them to get going, because in my position, you always need a drink every once in a while around the corner.
Sure.
But my concerns was answered by Zachary. We were worried about the hours of the operation, especially on the rooftop bar.
Yep.
Because we have tenants, and believe me, those rooftop bars, they get a little loud. And as long as they're done by 10, that's
right
in the area. But other main concern a couple of tenants were asking about is smoking areas. We do have that area in the alley that we don't know if they have a designated smoking area, if they were pointing something out on that, because we live catty-cornered on the other side where Raccoon River is, brewery.
Yep.
And now Akibono Sushi Place, which people come out and smoke. You can kind of hear them pretty clearly sometimes. And if you get 10 or 15 people smoking in the alley back there, it can kind of, you know, at 11 o'clock, because people are going to smoke in a bar after they come out of the bar.
And Eric, I think what Zach, to paraphrase him, I think he said he'd be done with the sound by 10 o'clock, but he might not be done serving alcohol by 10. Does that cause you any concern, or are you okay with that?
As long as it's inside the premises.
Because we haven't really talked about any limitations on the hours of alcohol serving here so far. At least I don't think we have.
Well, I kind of got the point where they were going to move everything inside after 10
Okay,
o'clock.
well, we'll have to talk with Zach some more and make sure that we're all clear on that. Okay. Because would that be a concern of yours if there's serving
I don't know,
alcohol
if you're gonna be
outside after
drinking-
10?
If you're going to be
Okay.
drinking outside, it's still going to be loud.
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think through it. I don't, no
problem.
Yeah, I don't have a position necessarily, but
Well, I manage, and the first people they call is us.
Right.
I don't want to be the
Okay.
bad guy, so.
Okay. All right, any other comments?
No.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak in opposition, or at least maybe just if you have a concern you'd like addressed yet?
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Seaman. I live in Urbandale, Iowa, and I also own a property down at the City Lofts. In addition to that, I represent Verity Partners LLC, and I am their sales and marketing arm with Keller Williams Realty. And we are excited to have the Des Moines Social Club come down, and as Zach had said earlier, we have been working with them for about the last year and a half, talking about some of the potential issues that we have estimated that we might see. In speaking earlier in the year, we are concerned about noise levels. We're concerned about light levels. And we're also concerned about the noise that might come from outside activities. And I know that we've addressed a couple of those already. One point I would like to have clarified is sound is going to be done by 10 o'clock. And if that is if that comes from any type of public broadcast, band, group, play, or whatever that is, does that also include patrons on the outside, in the courtyard, or up on the roof garden? And I think Eric brought up a good point about smoking as well. We are concerned about the alleyway in between and what our east side residents are going to feel about all the issues that I've just brought up. We have had a good working relationship, and we intend that we'll continue to be good neighbors on both sides of that alley.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve. Is there anybody else here who would like to speak with any concerns or in opposition? Okay. I've got a quick question for staff before we go any further here. If people want to have a smoking area on the premises, but they want to serve alcohol on the premises, how does that get separated?
Well, if it's a tavern, taverns are allowed to have smoking on patios. So
patios. Oh, they are. Okay.
as long as it's not enclosed.
So they could smoke on the roof of the theater, basically, even if alcohol's served there. Okay.
If the social club wants to limit it, they could certainly do so. They could say smoking must occur in this location.
Right. So they could kind of rope off an arena, small arena, somewhere on their courtyard.
Yeah.
For that. And then there just wouldn't be any serving of alcohol in that area? They could bring their alcohol into the area, but they just couldn't be served there. Is that right? Or?
If you put that condition on it, I think.
Okay. I'm just going back to what the whole state law is on non-smoking areas and all that. If it's outside, does it matter?
If it's if it's considered a tavern, then you're allowed to smoke anywhere, and you can.
Outside.
Right. And in this
Okay.
case, they're asking for the conditional use permit to cover the entire premises.
Right.
Where in most cases, if
it's not
somebody comes in for a conditional use permit, it's just this building plus a 10-foot by 30-foot patio.
Right. So if they wanted to smoke, and I'm maybe being too simplistic, if they wanted to smoke anywhere in the courtyard between the two buildings, can they do that without permission?
They could if they get this conditional use permit.
They
So
can't.
if-
Okay.
If the board doesn't.
So there's
want
no
that,
need
they
for
should
people to go into that alleyway then to smoke?
Correct.
Okay, so maybe that's solved.
Unless the social club has their own rule that says.
Their own policy.
no
Okay,
smoking
we might have to
premises.
ask
Yeah.
Zach about that. Okay. Does that make sense, folks? Okay. All right. I think I'd like to have Zach step back up. I know I've got a couple questions. And maybe Jake may or may not need to help. Zach, you've heard a little bit of some of Eric's concerns about, 10 o'clock's a nice cutoff for the sound, bands, or amplified, but what about just the people?
Right. For people, we hadn't thought about cutting that off, but I would say that we can cut that off at midnight and not go till 2 a.m. That's not in our interest to do. So we could certainly cap that at midnight, but amplified sound at 10 o'clock.
Okay, and then the outdoor activities by midnight then,
Yeah,
per se?
most of our outdoor activities will conclude at 10 o'clock. There still might be, we also have the issue of, or not an issue, but the two buildings will both be operating at the same time, so people will be passing through.
Right.
I mean, we're not talking about hundreds of people, we're talking at that hour,
Sure.
10 to 20. So that should address that.
So if I go down to Court Avenue on weekends and want to just hang out and have a good time, but I'm not going to go to a show,
Right.
can I just, could I pop into your place between 10 and midnight and hang out?
You in particular? No.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. Anybody, you can, we're designing the space to be.
You want approved?
Right, to be a social space.
Just kidding.
So people can come down,
Okay.
and regardless of the show, and come to the
Okay.
bar or restaurant.
So in essence, if we were looking at midnight instead of, you would have normally been what, a 1:30?
You would have normally done 2 a.m. or
2 a.m.
1:45.
Okay, all right. But midnight is okay,
Yeah,
potentially?
that should be, we'd have no interest in going late. I mean, anything that goes till 1:45, 2 a.m. would definitely be inside. That's
Gotcha.
not in our interest. Plus, it doesn't really stay warm enough
Okay.
at that hour to do it anyway.
And concerns about smoking, pushing people out in the alley versus, do you care if they smoke between your buildings?
Absolutely, I want to address that. The social club will have a policy to enforce smoking in specific areas, particularly on the east side of the property. We want to keep that as far away from the lofts as possible.
Okay.
The alleyway on the east next to the viaduct is actually our property.
Okay.
And so most of the smoking designations will be there. That doesn't disturb anybody. There's nothing, the only thing there is the viaduct and then a parking garage, so we felt that's the best spot. And then on the rooftop, which was mentioned, we would relegate smoking only to the east side of the rooftop. We want to keep that. Additionally, if sound becomes an issue before 10 or after 10 on the rooftop, we can, as the hours go late, we can begin to have people move to the east side of that area. We're designing the rooftop to block sound as best we can.
Okay, great, that's excellent. All right, any other questions for Zach or Jake? Jake, you want to add? Sure.
I think the key is that by agreeing at 10 o'clock to stop amplified sound, that they will still have to follow the noise ordinances after that time, regardless of the source of the noise. So we've agreed to that term, and it's a reasonable term.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, any other further questions for staff or anybody between the four of us? All right, if not, we'll close the public portion, go to board deliberation. Do we need to look at conditions, or do we have a good plan here without putting too many rules on this?
I'm good with staff recommendations.
Okay.
And conditions.
I think they've made a good intent shown here. I think they've expressed what probably would be best to do, but I don't know that I need to rope them into that. It is a conditional use, so if there'd be any problems, they'd come back to us.
I think they've done a great job.
Mhm.
I mean, I remember
Right.
when the social club came to us years
Yep.
ago, when they were very first starting out in that little building, and they've really come a long way, so.
Yeah.
I think it's exciting, and I think they want to be good neighbors. They're going to make sure that everybody, gets along and works well,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. So we appreciate the concerns that everybody's expressed here, and I think they've got looks like they've got a desire to work toward meeting those concerns, planning ahead, and then we can avoid that. So, okay, is there a motion on the table?
I make a motion for move staff recommendations.
Second.
And
Just to be just clear, there was talk about the time, so that's without the time restrictions? Is that what we're?
Well,
That's a good point.
I guess what I was leaning toward, Zach mentioned when he would cut it off. I don't know if I need to write, if we need to write it in there, or if we should etch it in the stone tablets here.
We can add it in there.
That for staff as a,
Well,
I mean, is that?
staff won't do it unless we tell them to do it. So do you want to do a friendly amendment, 10 and midnight?
Move staff recommendations to include the addition of number 9 for no alcohol. Is that what we're doing? No
Sound.
sound, amplified sound after 10 p.m. On the rooftop.
And as well as out in the courtyard.
Okay, and the courtyard.
Well, I think we were part and parcel there, outside.
Areas.
And all outdoor activities in by midnight. Okay, friendly amendment on that second there? I don't think any unless anybody else wants to hear. We've closed the public portion at this time. So I think Zach talked to that, and we're heading in the right direction. If this is a conditional use permit, if there would be problems down the road, it can be brought back to the board. And I would think if somebody has some problems down the road, they'd be willing to talk with everyone, try to work that out before anybody comes back here. Okay, and the smoking, I think Zach addressed that. I don't think we need to give any guidelines on that. I think it's been pretty clear what their intent is.
It'll take care of itself.
Yeah, and I think that'll meet the interest of the neighbors too. Okay, so we got a motion, a second, those two friendly amendments. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. I haven't finished my sentence, so, no, go ahead, so. We haven't,
If they would have an event that would go past 10 o'clock.
Okay.
They're asking if they could get a special event permit for that, so.
by applying to the city directly.
Outside the conditional use, like.
I mean, they wouldn't apply to us, would they?
They could get without the conditional use.
Well, we don't have any control over that.
So if once in a while they wanted to go past 10, how would they do that?
That's problematic. The conditional use would take precedent,
Right.
and unless you, they're gonna have to pull sound permits for music. But the sound permit would be dependent upon what you put on for hours.
Right,
I don't know how,
okay.
with a conditional use permit with specific hours, there's not an avenue
All
that's
right.
real clear for staff.
Right.
I think in the past, we've had a case or two where we've said you should be limited to 4 or 6.
Special events up to the year, right. Because didn't we do that with scores?
Yeah.
All right. Should we discuss this with the applicant?
The only way that I could see to do it would be trying to add variances for sound permits into a conditional use permit,
It's a little
which
freaky.
just gets really tricky. It would,
Yeah, I agree, Sue. I guess with the exception, it is hard to draft something in without really taking the time to work something out, and you may not be able to get there, so, your options might be just to see how it goes, and then, or I believe that a limited number of exception, pass hours could work as well if the applicant is, if that works with their business model.
only
Maybe let's bring him back up here.
Maybe to be fair to that neighbor that wanted to speak.
Yeah. All right, let's kind of back up. Let's take the vote off the table if I can do that.
Sorry.
So Zach, your concern with cutting off at 10 is what?
There isn't a concern with that. I think what was just being discussed, there might be 1 to 2 times a year, we might get a special act coming in and might want to go later and would request that we do that given the permission of our neighbors. We wouldn't just go ahead and do it. So
Which we really can't give you that unless we said, hey, it's got to knock off at 10 p.m. or no amplified after 10 p.m. except for up to 4 times a year with a special permit through the city. Is
well,
that?
that would suit us.
And Sue Ann, Eric, does that make sense? Can we do that? Is that like scores? If we said it's normally 10 p.m., except for up to 4 or 6 times a year, something like that. I'm just picking a number,
The
but,
board could do that. The
Okay.
board could also do, thinking on my feet, of course.
as always.
The variance for a sound permit allows, if they want to go for a longer period of time, they would come to the city and say, we want a variance of this use. And we would mail something within 250 feet. And if over 20% of the people say, we have a problem with it, then they don't.
Okay.
That's.
So then we don't really do anything here. If we say it's 10 PM, that's it, and then
Unless a variance
comes into you.
comes into us, and then
And it doesn't have to come here to
Doesn't
the
have to come
board.
back here.
You
That-
take care of it administratively, per
And-
se.
Now, if they want to do it more than that, then they have to amend the conditional use permit. But if you say, for a year with a variance, something
Okay.
like that.
That's fine.
All right, and we won't make a decision yet. I think we should hear back from the neighbors if we want to look at this. But Zach, if we wanted to give you, okay, it's normally 10 except for X times a year with the variance. How
Yes.
many times a year?
I think 4 is fine.
Okay.
It's not going to be often, if ever.
Okay.
But I don't want to rule it out.
Yep. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, would either of you gentlemen like to, did you have something you wanted to add to this, since we may look at a possible variance? Go ahead and step up here and restate your name.
Steve Seaman, 111 10th Street, representing Verde Partners LLC and as an individual owner. I don't believe that the partnership has a problem with a rule that states that 4 times a year there's going to be amplified noise up until midnight. We've discussed that before. I just wanted to add that I think that they would be fine with that. The residents, that might be another story, but those are individual votes, and you'll get
Yeah.
those comment cards back.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
Yeah, I think we'd be on the track of no amplified after 10 PM except for up to 4 times a year with a variance, but we'd still be, and outdoor activities are done at midnight all the way through. So, that kind of meets you at the same juncture, I think, that they're still done by midnight.
Yeah, I'm waffling just a little bit on the word amplified because I'm not sure that.
Yeah, they've still got to follow the city's sound ordinance regardless.
Then I'm fine.
It's just we're getting it knocked off a little earlier for you anyway. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Steve. Okay, so anybody have any further questions? Any other comment from the applicant? Okay. All right.
So
Well,
back to the
yeah.
motion, move the staff recommendations, adding that there is we will also allow amplified sound up to 4 times a year with the variance after 10 PM.
Mm-hmm.
Up to midnight.
And we still have all activities, outdoor activities ending by midnight in general.
After 10 PM, only until midnight though, correct? Right, only until midnight. And I'm sorry,
That's all
what
the
did you
time.
say?
That's just a general condition. All activities end at midnight in general.
Yes.
Yeah, but we stop the loud sound or the amplified sound after 10 PM all the time except for 4 times a year variance.
Yes.
Okay.
And with this
All
addition
right.
of the outdoor areas, no, help me out, what were we doing?
No assembly?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the outdoor areas. after.
All right, all those in favor? Aye, opposed? All right, motion carries 4-0. We're in good shape.
4 with 1 abstention.
And 4-0 and 1 abstention. Yes, thank you, Eric. Okay, now we are complete with that one. All right. All right, guys, it's looking good. Keep up the good work out there. Okay, item 15. It's a special permit and variance request for 2104 37th Street.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this item is with a residential property that's completely in a R160 area, as you'll see when I show you the map here. In fact, there's no other zoning categories shown within the distance of the map area. so we're deep in the heart of Beaverdale, as we might say.
Yes, look at that. Laid out very uniformly.
The owner of the property is seeking a home occupation business, which involves being a masonry contractor. In addition to that, they are asking to allow a certain amount of outdoor storage of materials that are involved with that business. They've indicated it would be confined to certain areas. And verbally, they've given the intention that it would be done in a neat and organized fashion. From that perspective, I think staff is a little bit concerned even in that, with that promise, when we get into starting to store things outside. There's more to it in terms of the intent of that provision than just the aesthetic component of it. It may be completely out of sight, and I'll let them explain what their intentions are for that outdoor storage. But from staff's perspective, when you start putting and accumulating materials outside of a building, even if they're not visible to the predominance of neighbors, they probably are more than likely still visible to immediate neighbors. But in addition to that, they can begin to be places that harbor rodents, that type of thing. So they become, there's other concerns that are behind that intent to not allow outdoor storage related to businesses with home occupations. So from that perspective, staff is not recommending that you grant the variance for that provision. However, we believe that, all the other operations that are proposed are reasonable. If storage occurs in half of an accessory building, the office is kept within half of the first floor of the main dwelling. I think for the most part, it's an invisible business. The activity takes place at the job site. The home occupations limits the employees to no more than 2 additional employees. That activity really, from the employee perspective, is not to occur at the site of the residence. So as long as all those conditions that are laid out for home occupations are kept, I think that this shouldn't be a problem for the neighborhood. I'm going to show you photos taken just today, so you see all the snow. You really can't see the areas that that they propose or have been keeping. I should point out that this came to us on complaint, and the appellant has then come to the city seeking to remedy that situation. They've given us both layouts of where it would be within the premises. So if you look at the north arrow here, back in the northwest corner of the home is where the business activity would occur related to the business. And then I think I'll go with the north arrow again here, even though some of the writing is upside down and so forth. Driveway to the garage. They're describing in these dashed areas where that storage would occur. One of the things I should point out is that it is up against their neighboring property lines in both cases. And again, if we're starting to have materials that become there for any period of time, we can start harboring rodents and other problems. So again, staff would prefer that we uphold the intent and spirit of home occupations and not allow that variance. I'll give you did I give you cards? Okay.
Yep, we got those. Consent map, yep.
Kind of a mixed, I think there's comments that definitely support somebody's ability to have a business, and other ones that have some concern about things like parking of vehicles associated and that type of thing. So.
Okay. All right, any questions for Eric? Okay. All right, applicant or representative of the applicant.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Dustin Oliverson is my name, and 2104 37th Street is my address here in Des Moines. Let's see. So the easy stuff to start with is I'm only using the 9% of the finished area of the house for the home office. That falls within the threshold of the city's 10% requirement. As with the garage, I'm using less than 50% of that garage to store equipment in there for the business. Let's see. Now to the outdoor storage, which is what the staff has not recommended. It is only visible from one side, which is the north side. There is privacy fence around the western and the southern side. So where the bricks are stored and some ladders sometimes are undercover from my privacy fence.
Could you point to that on the map there, Dustin? Eric just put it up there. So the areas where you'd like to store materials and ladders are?
So this is what is undercover. This is all the privacy fence here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's undercover here. You can't see anything. So there's nothing visible from any neighbor's house or public right-of-way. This is the one in question. I have scaffolding that I store there. But with scaffolding, and to what Eric was saying, it's not a stagnant piece of equipment. It is one of those that when we do anything above a single story work, it is often at the job site, and it's moved from site to site, and also stored in a cube van when we're moving it from site to site. So often it doesn't even make it all the way back there. It's just when we're in between those jobs. So with that piece, there is a run of chain link fence that runs along that northern neighbor. That northern neighbor and I've lived at the property for 12 years, coming up on 13 years. We've been good neighbors, good friends. I've never wanted to put a privacy fence up in between us because of the rapport that we have. He's never had an issue with my stuff. The neighbors around me have not had an issue and have not brought it to my attention verbally, and we haven't had a discussion about it. But my intent to them has been known for years that when Bill has, which is the neighbor directly to my north, when he reaches a condition where he no longer comes outside, he's currently 90 and has dementia, and he stopped coming outside. So the plan has been to finish the privacy fence all the way back, and that would mitigate the visibility from that side. It has always been the plan, and it has always been communicated to the neighbors. So that's one piece I would bring up about that. The second piece is with the rodents and the materials on the other side. I'd like to point out I am a restoration masonry. I do repair and restoration historic and Beaverdale. I've done over 1,000 homes in Beaverdale. The spirit of Beaverdale is within what I do. I make those homes look beautiful. I take the time to match the sand, to match the bricks, to match the mortar, to profile it exactly right, to keep it clean. And so with that, the bricks that I do store are historic matches that come from nowhere else, cannot be duplicated. They come from the homes of Beaverdale, and I do historic salvaging. So a lot of that is irreplaceable pieces that I have to keep a hold of. To go to a point then of why I would not want to store these items off-site, there's really not any good storage in the Beaverdale area. I'm known and branded as a Beaverdale Mason. I want to keep my operations there, at least for the time being. I want those points, okay, with the storage, there's nothing that's relatively close. It would cost me more money to drive outside of the neighborhood to send the employees to go pick up the things and shuffle the few things that I do have. It'd cost fuel. It would cost just an overhead, taxes, you name it. It increases my expenditure. And what I've been able to do is keep a lean and mean overhead, keep it down. I take very small. I'm not the highest price guy. I'm not the little guy working out of a pickup anymore, which I was 10 years ago. So I've brought it to the forefront. I employ 4 people, so I pay all my taxes, all my insurances. I've always had the intention to get a building in Des Moines. I would love to do that. I would love to find something in Beaverdale. It's very hard because some of the buildings that I could get in rehab and whatnot, they seem to tear down, and so it's just been kind of tough. And with that, through the recession, the greatest recession that we've all lived through, I've weathered the storm. I've been profitable. I've been able to increase the amount of employees from the time that had started. So I'm seeing growth. And I've always had the intention to go somewhere else, and it's not my intention to stay where I'm at all. And I'm growing outside of that, and it's very tough. But I have to do what I have to do. I'm currently just 5 weeks today, a brand new father, and I have to make those kinds of decisions. And I just don't, I see it as economic hardship to make the move now. I think that, and I'm not asking in the city's recommendations, it states that the variance would go on for the time that I would live at the house. And to me, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a limited amount of time to give myself that chance to get the funding, which I've been working with U.S. Bank and, to obtain funding and get pre-cleared. I won't use my personal home or my personal finances to buy for the business. Therefore, it's taking me extra time. But my intention is to, of course, as I'll restate, to put the privacy fence up, to block the view, to be able to obtain the financing, to get a building and continue growing and continuing contributing to the tax base here in Des Moines. And of course, of all else, my heart of hearts is restoring and maintaining all those homes in Beaverdale. It is my bread and butter. I fight for them. I hate to see people come in and do poor work, and so this is my home, and that is my spirit. And so I don't think that I subtract from the neighborhood. I think I only add and add to that character because of my concern and thoughtfulness. So I think I've probably missed a bunch of things that I had marked here, but I think I'm done at this point. So
Very well presented. Questions?
Sure.
Can you put things in your garage?
I would then go over the 50%. And they don't need to be, these items are not things that are weather sensitive.
I know, but reading the comment cards, your neighbors don't like it. So, I mean, couldn't you take those things that you're storing outside?
I think specifically one neighbor that's in view of those items. That would put me over the 50% mark. And so it's really up how we want to do that. I'd prefer to finish the privacy fence, and then that actually mitigates the whole problem. And then there's no view of those
I
things.
think there were actually a couple of people that objected, that said it's unsightly. So,
I think there's
is
only.
that an option?
I would be breaking the current code of going over the 50%. So if you're asking me to do that,
You're
then-
breaking the current code now with the outside storage as well.
Correct.
Which is why you're here.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's moving those items along the garage that can be seen. I could move those in some way, yes.
And Dustin, you'd referenced you have things undercover. To me, undercover would mean an awning or a lean-to.
The garage has an extended roof
Okay,
over.
all right. We're
That's
not
where
talking about a tarp or something.
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
And Mr. Chair, Dustin, you talked about the lack of finding a storage facility in Beaverdale, and I live in Beaverdale. My husband has a small business in Beaverdale, and he had to go down Beaver and across the bridge over to Johnston to get storage space, so, for his business.
Yeah, and I've looked there as well.
Yeah, he has a spot down there.
I believe that any monies that I put out, let's just say $500 a month to have a facility to store in, that's taking away from my opportunity to buy a facility. And so it creates more of a hardship in spending and then it's asking me to charge more in my overhead rather than keeping it lean and doing what I feel is best, so.
And then you mentioned a time limit, so would you want a year, 2 years?
I said a few years in my narrative, because I have been working with the bank for a few years. As you know, lending has been tight, but the banks have come to a point where they're flush with cash and they need to lend. So I'm in the prime opportunity because I'm strong with my credit and all my payments. I am in a position to get that lending. It's just whether the banks are ready to give me that lending. Now, I've seen 3 buildings go by that I've tried and attempted to obtain. It's just I've done it during the worst recession possible. And I will not mortgage my home against my business.
Sure. Dustin,
I have too much to lose.
Do you have your own photos that show how your operation works or anything?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Do you store anything else outside, like concrete saws or anything like that? So you just got kind of some brick materials and some scaffolding that you're storing outside now?
Yep.
Okay.
And you mentioned the scaffolding that, and I can kind of picture it. Well, my husband has everything in the world in his shop, and he's got lots of scaffolding.
I need to borrow some.
Yeah, well, he loans it all the time, so have at it. And occasionally he'll bring it home to work on a project, and it is kind of obnoxious. It's leaning up against the garage. It's kind of ugly. It's got chunky concrete all over. It's just kind of crummy looking. So I understand the neighbor's concern with that. And you mentioned something about having it in the cube van. Can you keep it stored in the cube van?
I could. We do operate out of that cube van, so it tends to be, it also stores tools in there as well.
Kind of tie it up and tighten it to the side of the cube van and kind of keep it in there to...
Yeah, there's probably, often we have to go up 30 to 40 feet, so that's quite a few. It takes 2 frames per section to rise and then all the planking to get up there, so. What I've done in the last couple months is I've taken the planking and stood it up against that and actually created a wall barrier of planking, wood planking, so it's kind of created a false fence just to kind of, I'm trying to work with the folks. And I do know the neighbors in question. I've had this conversation with them, and they do understand this. And I'm just sad that we can't verbally talk about this. It's brought us to here. But I would like to comply with the city's, all the codes and make sure that I'm above board, because I do that with my business. I don't want this to be an issue, but I'm trying to be operationally lean and smart with what I got. So
What do you store in the garage now?
Equipment, I have a cement mixer, a power washer, a brick saw.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, does that generally, even now, for full confession here, does that take up more than 50%?
No.
Because your wife still wants to park her vehicle in the garage?
No, there's no parking in there. We have a personal side that we keep. I've been very diligent about it. I have a side that's all personal with shelving for automotive, and we own a yurt, and we have other things that are stored in there.
Cool.
Then I have my bench to the back with my tools and a few business things, but mostly it's just the one track. And I do have a path down the middle so I can get down through there and whatnot.
Each half. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
She would love to park her car in the garage, by the way. So.
Yeah. Short term, any other questions for Dustin? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in support of the applicant? Is there anybody that wishes to speak in opposition? Sue, do you have some comments?
Chair, members of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, Zoning Enforcement Officer, and also Neighborhood Inspection Division Administrator, and both divisions are charged with keeping our neighborhoods clean and sightly and stopping home occupations that bleed into outside. If he can store everything in the garage while he's looking for some place to move, I think that's a compromise that my division can live with. It takes care of the neighbors having to see it. Long range, I doubt it's probably going to be a solution for him. He's going to outgrow that space, but I certainly can see giving him time to ease into another location. But I am concerned with allowing outside storage.
Okay, and so what would realistically, you don't understand his financials and the banks and the loans and all that, but if we were to put a time limit on it, I mean, would you even recommend a time limit, or would you say 2 years or 1 year, or what? I mean, just from your perspective, do you have just an opinion?
If everything's inside and we're not getting any other complaints, I can see going 5 years. It's not hurting anything as long as it's inside, and he
Gives him
gets the
adequate
variance for the
time.
home occupation
Okay.
in the, and you have to give him the variance of the 50%, but I think it kind of weighs better.
One question, when you say everything inside, you mean everything, not just the stuff that is not surrounded by the privacy fence now, is that correct?
All materials used for the business purposes, the
Bricks,
bricks, the
scaffolding,
scaffolding.
everything he mentioned.
Everything he mentioned would have to be,
I just wanted to be.
yeah.
And Sue, since you mentioned neighborhood inspection, even as a resident, if I stored a bunch of stuff outside all the time, and it wasn't for like, hey, I just reshingled my house and it was there for 2 weeks and it's gone. If I started collecting stuff outside, I could have a problem with neighborhood inspection myself then, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
yes.
so outdoor storage long-term of anything.
It is a violation of the
Right.
nuisance codes, yeah.
Okay, so it wouldn't necessarily just be because it's home-based stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, it can be
Right.
anything, I mean, that's stored long-term.
Right, exactly, so, okay. Any other comments from you? Okay, all right. Since zoning enforcement spoke, Dustin, you have an option if you want to add anything to what Sue Ann mentioned, or if you have any final comments for a minute or two, we could entertain that. You all good for now? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public portion, go to board deliberation.
I like the fact that Dustin and his wife and new baby, they exemplify what Beaverdale's all about. And it's unique, and I think it's really neat that I don't live in a brick. Wish I did, but I think it's neat that he's really focused on that neighborhood and doing a lot of revitalization within the area and trying to, provide a really good service at a reasonable price. So I would like to help them out. They're, a young couple, new baby. We all understand the struggles with that, and I would like to set a 5-year time limit. I just think that's reasonable. If we don't set a time limit, it doesn't really give them any justification for moving forward. And I would like to go with the recommendation that Sue Ann mentioned, where everything is stored within the confines of the garage. So that way it's a clean environment for the neighbors. He doesn't have to worry about putting up a privacy fence, that'll save some expenses there. And sometimes privacy fences aren't always the best look anyway and the best thing for a neighborhood. So those are my thoughts.
I could support that. I couldn't support M1 uses in a residential neighborhood.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will put that into a motion.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything said here as well. I do have concerns that people want to kind of like put a stockade up and then do whatever they want inside of it. This is a very cohesive neighborhood. I haven't seen a neighborhood that looks this similar with the size of lot, house placement. This is a place to live. And I know you can save money if you can reduce your overhead, but businesses need to work as a business. And if we can give them a little bit of an edge, he'll probably have to make some modifications to make this work, but I'd certainly be support and vote yes for what you're talking about.
I second the
So
motion.
you second? Okay. All those in favor of the motion presented?
Aye.
Okay, that carries 5-0. So you have to make a few changes, Dustin, but you're heading in the right direction. Okay?
Let's go.
All right. Okay, item 16, conditional use permit at 3301 East Euclid.
This item is a request for a conditional use permit that would, I guess, allow this business to continue operating as they have been. As you know, a few years ago, the city changed our liquor regulations to now include tobacco in the products that I guess are grouped together when determining what percentage of sales, so like if the business derives more than 40% of its sales from tobacco, wine, liquor, or beer, then they're considered a liquor store, where in the past that 40% was only based on the alcohol sales. So in this case, the business is a tobacco outlet plus their primary product is tobacco. So since the city changed the code, I guess that's has directly impacted them. Before they were able to apply for this conditional use permit, they had to rezone the site to C2. As you can see, they were able to rezone that site, just the portion of the site that's outside of the floodplain. There's some floodplain along Four Mile Creek that had to be left zoned FW and U1 floodplain. But the portion of the site that includes the business is zoned C2. Here's a picture. I'll show you a couple pictures. I apologize, they're dark.
If you give me that.
Yeah.
It's not the photo itself, it's just the
Well, the
Yeah.
photo's dark, but
projector.
at least I can light it up artificially.
It helps a little.
So, yeah, I didn't mention, it is kind of bounded by 3 roads: East 33rd Street to the west, East Euclid Avenue to the north, and then Hubble Avenue is kind of across 4 Mile Creek to the south and east. So it's kind of on an island in this otherwise commercial area. There are some residential uses to the northwest there. I included the police reports in your packet. I highlighted, I think, 3 that were attributed to this business, including a theft and burglary and a simple assault. So that's 3 police reports in the past 12 months in that case. Here's the consent map. 1 card in support, plus we have a letter, an email from the Douglas Acres Neighborhood Association in opposition, and that was all in front of all of your areas as well. I'll pass that card around, the cards around from the bakers. In reviewing this, the first criteria was to look at whether or not this meets the separation distance requirements. For a liquor store in the C2 district that is only selling beer and wine, no hard alcohol, they only have to provide 150 feet of separation from the churches, parks, schools, and daycares. And this site does meet that requirement. If they were to sell hard liquor, they would be subject to a 500-foot separation distance, which they would not meet. So one of the conditions of zoning was that they could only sell beer and wine. So that's all they've asked for at this time, is for the beer, wine, and tobacco.
So, Bert, I'm kind of confused, though. It's approval of a conditional use permit for a liquor store.
Right.
It's still kind of
what the word is.
Got to be called that?
Yeah.
Okay.
The zoning ordinance defines any business that derives more than 40% of its sales from alcohol or tobacco as a liquor store.
So this would be a non-liquor liquor store?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And I would also
try to put that on your sign.
Yeah, it's not really changing the business operations from how they've been operating since 2009. It's just legitimizing it in the eyes of how the city code was amended a few years ago. So, I guess criteria B and C deal with the impacts on residential. As I pointed out, there really aren't any residential uses in the immediate vicinity. There are some on the north side of East Clinton Avenue, several hundred feet away, and then a little bit further down on East Euclid, there are residential uses. So we felt that this location does safeguard residential uses. The 4th criteria is the business will not unduly increase congestion on the streets in the adjoining residential area. As I mentioned, it is bounded by 3 fairly major roads on all 3 sides. So we felt that the street system could handle the traffic generated by this business. And then the 5th one is the operation of the business will not constitute a nuisance. And as you know, if the business does constitute a nuisance, the zoning officer could bring it back to the board for future reconsideration. So staff has found that the applicants satisfied those 5 criteria, so we've recommended approval subject to these conditions. The first being the sale of alcoholic liquor shall be prohibited, meaning they'll only be selling beer, wine, and tobacco products, and then the rest are just the standard conditions. Any questions?
Nope. All right, thank you, Bert. All right, applicant or representative of the applicant. Thank you for your patience this afternoon as we get through our agenda.
My name is John Rewerts. I live at 1106 Woodring Avenue in Waverly, Iowa. I'm representing Quick Trip, Tobacco Outlet Plus here in the state of Iowa. Really, I just, if you have any questions for me specifically, we're just asking that we be passed for this permit. We are actually, all the staff recommendations, we have no problems with. We actually follow all of these. With the, number 3 and number 4, we'll have to acquire some signage to do so, but otherwise, not a problem whatsoever. So, any questions for me?
I guess one question. You've operated this way for quite a number of years, but when the city changed the law, then you became out of compliance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And all you want is to continue to sell the beer, wine, under the new rules?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. I just want to be sure.
No changes on our end whatsoever.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, John. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak in support of the applicant? Is there anybody here that wishes to speak in opposition to the applicant? Okay, hearing none. Any other comments from staff? Okay, we'll close the public portion and go to board deliberation. Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion before we make a vote? Okay, got a motion and a second, which would include the staff recommendations as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you for waiting. Okay, item 17. Variance and exception.
Mr. Chair, I need to make
I'm
a
sorry.
comment.
Yes.
On item 17, I got a voicemail today from a interested party. I didn't respond to the voicemail, but it was on this item.
Okay.
It really didn't express yes or no, but I did receive it.
In full disclosure.
In
right?
full disclosure.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Brooke. All right, we have a variance and exception at 666 Grand Avenue.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this item is a series of appeals that would allow for 4 signs to be placed at the very top of the building, one sign on all 4 sides. The signs would all be 6.13 feet tall. The signs on the north and the south facades would be 54.44 feet wide, and the signs on the east and the west would be 52.66 feet wide. So those 4 signs would total 1,313 square feet of sign area. They would identify Bankers Trust, which is one of the major tenants within this building. They occupy the first 2 floors as well as about 6 additional floors throughout the building. Since this is owned C3, which occupants in C3 only earn signage if they're on the first or second floors of the building, and it requires the signage to be placed on the first or second floors of the building. So in this case, they have the occupant frontage on, they earn it for 2 sides, those being the north and the west sides. They are allowed 300 square feet of signage on each of those facades, but again, it has to be located on the first or second floors of the building. So they are needing a variance to place the signage on a portion of the building which is not the occupant frontage, and again, that being the very top of the building. And then they're also needing a couple exceptions and a couple variances to exceed the allowed signage areas. Here's a photo, or I guess a rendering of what these signs would look like. Again, it would say Bankers Trust at the top of each of the 4 sides.
What about that other sign with the lights? What's up with that? DSM.
Or at least DM.
Yeah.
Bankers Trust.
Just kidding.
These are the renderings of the signs again. The
Okay.
2 on the north and the south sides would be a little bit narrower than, I guess, than the other 2. Just showing the dimensions. And here's some site photos. This is looking at the corner of 7th and Grand. Again, they have frontage on the first 2 floors of this building. And this is looking at it from 7th and Locust to the southeast. And then the next is a series of shots taken from various locations. This is from McCray Park, just south of the Raccoon River. I'd point out that there are a few other instances of signage in downtown. One of those is on the Nationwide parking garage. They have signage here on top of EMC. They have a big blue sign that the board granted a variance for. Actually, two of the Nationwide parking garages have signage.
Okay.
There's this rectangular sign here, plus another garage has those big colorful murals that the board granted variances for as well. I'd also point out another instance of signage is the CenturyLink building. They have signage that was granted by a variance to Southwest Bell many years ago, which converted to Quest and now CenturyLink. And then also point out the north side of the Marriott has signage, and then you recently granted the variance to allow the Des Moines Register to put signage on the north facade of the Capitol Square. And this is looking from the Capitol building to towards downtown. Again, the signage would be placed on the. Jason took this. And then I guess that's it for photos. And the consent cards, we did get several cards, all in support. There's one card in objection, but they didn't list their name or anything, so we couldn't.
That's that anonymity there. Okay. So it doesn't count.
And Bert, would the sign be lighted?
It would be internally illuminated, correct? Yeah. Since these signs would require a variance, we had to apply the test of the variance, which requires them to demonstrate an unnecessary hardship. We didn't feel that they've satisfied that criteria, so we have recommended denial of the appeals. Again, in order to demonstrate a variance, you really need to demonstrate that without these signs, there's no economic use of the building. So we felt that would be a stretch to make that argument. So we'll just further point out that in our recommendation, we don't normally do this, but this time we had included the second part here that said, should the board find the applicant has granted or satisfied the criteria for granting a variance, we recommend that the signage be limited to the north facade of the building only. So again, our recommendation is for denial of all four signs, but I guess.
And does the Marriott sign face the north now
It faces the
itself?
north,
Okay.
correct. So,
It's a roof-mounted sign.
Right.
It's on the penthouse.
Right.
so
Questions for Bert?
Refresh my memory, why did we let the register do it again? I remember we had a reason.
No, there wasn't.
Was that, I mean.
I know they were,
My-
I don't remember, they were changing
were the-
locations to Capitol Square.
And I'm
They
just
were
trying to think of,
And they were
I
the
mean,
largest tenant in the building.
They were going to have a media cafe, they were calling it,
Right.
in the building where they were going to be
that would be-
attracting.
I mean, they really wouldn't have a hardship either. I mean,
Right,
it's not gonna,
right.
and I'm just trying to remember what we
Yeah.
used for just.
And I think we had limited them to the north side. They want on the east side to face what I did call Nallen Plaza. They've taken that name away now.
Coles Commons, yeah.
And
Did we just
we
do
moved
that
it to the
again?
north side.
Right, just one side.
Yeah, because it was going to face east toward the Civic Center and the
Well,
plaza.
Just to speak to that, I was a no vote on that, and I'm against these signs on the buildings. They came up with the idea that since they were the largest tenant, they wanted a sign. We're the largest tenant of the Equitable Building, and I don't think we'd look very good putting a big sign on the side of the building. I think the signs downtown on the buildings is unnecessary. I don't think we should have granted the register the sign, and I'm not supporting of this one either.
Well, unless we have some questions for Bert, let's maybe hear from the applicant. Okay, all right, thank you, Bert. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Good afternoon. I'm Jana Reeker. I live in Clive, Iowa at 13310 Hickory Avenue. I'm here on behalf of the 666 Grand Avenue, or Locust Street location for the Ruan Building for the Bankers Trust sign. The purpose of the sign and per the request is to really represent twofold. Number one, why we chose to apply to have the name on the side of the building, and number two, to demonstrate a hardship. And for the first part of it, the Bankers Trust has served bankers or the Des Moines community since 1917. I took the position as the Vice President of Sales and Marketing for the bank just about 5 years ago. And in full disclosure, I had to call my, Suku Radia, who I was interviewing with, and said, now which building is it? And that was the first time that it dawned on him that not everybody understands that while we are a pillar in the downtown community, and the Ruan Center is certainly important to us as an organization, making it easy for our customers to find us should be our #1 priority. And if they don't even know which building we're in or whatever. So since starting at the bank, our job is to make sure that customers can find us easily. And I was surprised at how many times people do ask when I invite them in for a meeting. They ask the same question I did, and that is, now which building is it? So we don't want to assume that people know how to find us and make it easy to get there. So our application was to originally have the sign on all 4 sides of the building, because not like EMC or some of the others who have it mounted on the ceiling, we wanted to preserve the integrity of the building and the lighted frame that honors the Mr. Ruan too, who in July we light the building up in red, and the rest of the year we light the building up with a white frame just to frame the building. So as we worked with our sign company, the purpose of putting it on the sides of the building was so we could, again, preserve the integrity of the building and just have it on the sides. I agree that you want to preserve the integrity of the landscape of downtown. So we did take the look of the building and the next door neighbor that we have, the Marriott, and likened the size of the letters, the lettering for Bankers Trust, not to be in a fancy logo, but to be much more clean, clear, crisp, again, to enhance the skyline of Des Moines, which we proudly represent, and not necessarily do something to stand out. Having it just on one side of the building, I appreciate their recommendations, and we're open to suggestions. It also is, I want to make sure that all customers feel welcome to bank with us. Diversity is very important to the bank, and just aiming it at the interstate for people who are passing through isn't necessarily as welcoming as what we'd hope it to be. Having it on 4 sides or 2 sides, again, would be fine. I'm not opposed to having it on one. I think the original proposal from the marketing side was make it as big as we can and see what we can get away with. No, but the important part is to make sure that the sign itself is blended with the community and built to enhance the skyline, and not necessarily to do anything other than that. Any questions for me?
Yes, questions for Jana?
The bank's been in there since 1974 or 5, if I recall.
The building itself, but the bank was established in Des Moines in 1917.
Oh, I know that, but they've been in the Ruan Center for quite some time. Yes. I think the mid to late 70s. Why now is thinking to have a sign?
Sure, as marketing evolves and our neighbors are also doing things to enhance their brands and support the community, we definitely want to show our support, our continued support of Bankers Trust in downtown Des Moines. We're approaching our century anniversary, and we want to demonstrate our continued commitment to being downtown in Des Moines.
And you mentioned your customers coming downtown. I understand that. We all deal with that. I office downtown, parking mostly. Do you have that many customers with your branch banks that come downtown?
We have a branch in the Skywalk, and we also offer private client services, wealth management, commercial offices downtown.
So you have that many people that are coming downtown and can't find you?
Well, we do have quite a few customers, as well as vendors that come in to the marketing department for sales. Yeah, I would say on our floor alone, it's in the dozens over a course of a week, and we're just one floor.
Would the sign help prevent that, or are they still going to ask you, where do I park?
Where do they park? Well, that actually we do answer to. There's 3 parking garages right around us and metered on the streets.
Okay.
Jana, I realize you work for the bank, but as far as the Ruan building itself, are you the largest tenant in that building, the most square footage space?
Yeah, as far as I know.
As far as you know.
Yeah.
Now, Mid-American Energy is in the building as well, to a certain degree. Do you know how many floors they occupy?
No, we had a meeting with Ron Romig, the building manager, and the application that I'm supporting was submitted from John Ruan for the building manager, so our owner. And Ron Romig agreed that Bankers Trust was appropriate to be on the side of the building.
Okay. One concern I might have, well, if we do this for you, then somebody might say, well, gee, I've got 8 floors. I mean, this is what, almost 30 stories tall. I've got 8 floors. How come I can't have a sign? And then we have a cornucopia of signs on top of the building, and I certainly don't want to have a situation like that.
Right.
Or at least someone coming and asking, saying the same thing. Right. As far as locating you, I work near East 7th and Grand. And I have lots of people driving around over there that ask me, well, I can't find such and such. And I'm like, well, you need 7th and Grand, which is west of the river.
Right.
But that in mind, don't you find that a lot of your people, if you tell them, well, I'm in the Ruan building, but if you say, hey, we're at 7th and Grand or we're at 7th and Locust, can they not then kind of get to you easily enough?
Yeah,
Just with
anybody
that?
could, even with, use your directional unit and that.
If I thought of anything that would help you, to me, your street signage needs to be better. It's small, it's tiny, it doesn't look like the branded logo or anything. I'm surprised you're not here saying, hey, we'd like to have better signage down at street level.
There's a very good chance you may hear from me on that.
Well, you might want to decide if you want to double down or not. But I know it can certainly be helpful to have additional signage. The conundrum for us is it fundamental that you have to have that extra signage? So I'm not sure what way we'll go here with some more discussion and listening to any others, but if we looked at just one side of the building for identity, would the north side be the preferable side from your perspective?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Jana? Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there anybody here to speak in support? Step right up.
Hello, my name is Pat Mesher, 300 Walnut, Suite 235, ASI Signs. The signs you're talking about in the downtown area, I have done most of those signs, been before this board before for certain ones. I don't believe that EMC was a variance. I think rooftop signage is allowed in the downtown C3 and C1 districts.
Yeah, it might have been for the area.
And is it because they're occupant owned as well? Was that?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I think what it is rooftop signs are allowed.
Okay.
One of the reasons this sign is being located on I think what the city is calling parapet, it's actually only a 6-inch parapet up there.
Yeah.
Is there's window washing equipment on the roof, so we're not allowed to erect anything that would put the sign up there. So I think a sign would be allowed on the roof. I don't know if 4 sides or not, depending on square footage. I think maybe 2 sides would be allowed, depending on the size.
Yeah, you get, based on your occupant frontage.
Right, so I think-
Defined as the primary entrance to the street. Now, you can have multiple occupant frontages.
Right. So I guess I just wanted to state that we're an architectural sign company. We work a lot with the city of Des Moines. We've done the Skywalk system. We've recently done a lot of work with the hospitals in town. So I just want to state that rooftop signage is allowed. The reason it's on the side is just because there's equipment up there. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Pat. Anybody else to speak in support? Is there anybody to speak in opposition? Okay, hearing none. We'll close public comment and go to board deliberation. Further thoughts, Brooke? I know you had a few there initially. Anything else you want to add? Okay. Anyone else?
Reading the cards, I really like what this person wrote. And it said it creates pride and commitment in the corporations located downtown. And I kind of like the idea of having signage, and I'm not a big sign person, but I do like that. That's a tall building. I like to, the traveler sign that's been there for a million years. I know that we approved the nationwide, and I think we had to do, they did more like pictures, you know, it was artwork, but we approved that. I just think that it does show a sense of pride and commitment in our community. And I probably would support it. I kind of like that idea. I know it's different, but I don't think we're going to hear from, you know, everybody that wants to do that. But Baker's Trust is iconic. It has been here forever. I think if we could do something, I would support that. Just my thoughts.
Other comments?
I would support the one sign. I think I'm going to say something similar to what I said about the register sign, which is downtown is a competitive and sub-market to the western suburbs. I think having anchor tenants within buildings is okay. In no way would I ever advocate or support multiple signs on a high-rise, but I do think it's a sense of pride and it's iconic and by its very nature, so I can support one.
Any other thoughts? I guess from my perspective, I'm not interested in seeing, you know, billboard signs, big signs pop up all over our downtown. There was a time when we had that at the turn of the 20th century. But we've got to be able to meet a test for a variance and exception here. And being able to help get people to your business, I don't have a problem with that. And it can be a little bit confusing. There's 2 or 3 buildings kind of in similar height down there. Finding your way to the building might be easier if there's a sign that you can actually see when you approach it. Most people are going to approach that by the freeway, or they're going to come down 9th, or they come down 3rd. And if we had a sign on the north side, then they would see that. I would almost rather have you here for better street signage myself, but that's just my preference. But I agree with Jake. I think that I could support a sign on that north facade. I do think Pride is cool, but to a limited degree. Some of the tallest buildings in the U.S. have no signage on them. So does anybody want to put a motion out there one way or the other?
Okay, I think the only way it's going to
Come
pass
on.
is if we do
All right.
one sign on the north side of the building. I would make a motion that we allow that. I would go for 2, but I don't think it would pass. So we'll go for
Okay.
I'll second that.
Comment. This is just my personal preference. I don't want to see signs popping up all over. I have great respect for the Ruan family, the Bankers Trust, and all that. It's nothing to do with the business. I just think we're going down a slippery slope with these signs. Plus, I think it takes away from the architectural nature of a lot of these buildings, which I enjoy. The old Bankers Trust building was a really cool old building that got torn down, unfortunately. But the Ruan Center is one of those buildings that was built in 1973, and people still argue over it, but I think it's quite unique. So it's nothing against that. It's just I think we're going down a road that is going to be difficult to contain.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Okay. So we've got a motion and a second. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Motion carries 4-1. Okay. Thank you for hanging in here this afternoon. And we have one applicant left, item number 18, the Iowa State Fair in the vicinity of 3701 East University for a special permit and variance.
They want to sell tickets?
Yeah, nothing iconic about our items today. I think I should start out by saying the Iowa State Fair as a state agency and entity, there's some question as to whether we have the ability to impose our zoning restrictions on them. I think that the approach that they take at the state level is to generally attempt to comply with our local regulations to the extent that they can do that.
Okay.
Where that line is drawn as to what that extent is up to them. In this case, they have made the application, and it does involve some cooperation with our local infrastructure as well. So I think from that standpoint, it's probably appropriate that it come through this process, and that we also get a site plan later on down the road to make sure that their use of our local infrastructure is reviewed in that fashion as well. So right now, we notified this, not the entire fairgrounds. We basically took the area that was going to be impacted with this proposal, which is for overflow parking and some expansion of the campground. I think if it had just been the expansion of the campground, we probably would have left this alone and not required a special permit. But in the fact that this is somewhat of a temporary nature of the use of this parking for the peak time of the fair operation here, we thought it was appropriate to put this in under the provisions of special permits. Special permits are generally allowed for any public use of land or structure of a entity that's a government entity or agency of the state. So you'll see that in your applicable standards. One of the things about special permits is they're basically intended to allow these civic uses in any type of zoning district except for floodways around the city. So it gives the board the flexibility to consider them. The other thing I should note is that in terms of the bulk regulation, some variances to any of the bulk regulation type things like setbacks and screening standard and so forth, the level of review is not the variance test that we normally deal with. It's built into the special permit criteria, which is a lesser burden to show. So when we add these variances for some of the other things like screening and meeting the parking, marking, paving, and bulk standards for the parking, that's really reviewed little bit differently than you would if this was a commercial business, for example. So I want you to consider that as well. They did provide us a layout. I want to make sure I have that for you. Here. Do you? Well, he looks like he has a better one, in fact. So. Do you have the one with the aerial? Okay, I'm going to continue to search for that one, but basically, if you can imagine that area, they're going to maximize the use of that. The smaller sort of they won't be marked, but he's just showing how that space will be allocated for vehicles. It looks like it's actually been revised to sort of reflect what we've recommended. Initially, they proposed stalls along this area. This is the campground area to be extended, correct? So essentially, they'll be parking on grass. If you know anything about how the parking goes at the fair, there's people directing you in to park during the times when people come and when people leave, basically, so that happens in somewhat of an orderly fashion. So these aisles here are not being proposed with any type of surface other than grass either, but they'll be kept free for maneuvering. These gray areas are kind of more of the primary access maneuvering coming out of the drives that access onto East University. It is those elements that staff is recommending be paved with and it's not really paved, but surfaced with a more durable material that is dustless. Usually that really means recycled asphalt product. If they can come up with some other design, where our engineers are open to looking at that.
What are they proposing in the drawing themselves?
Are you proposing a wrap product? Or?
Concrete for the approaches.
Yeah.
Trying to get straight for 50 feet back, and then the rest of that dark area is recycled asphalt.
Okay.
All right.
So they're generally in compliance with what we're recommending.
Okay.
I'm going to show you some views of this. If you are coming in at this view right here, as with my pen, at the north, I believe that's at East 39th, directly across to the north into the Grayswood neighborhood. Just northeast of that is a mini storage that you might be familiar with. This is looking to the southeast, so there's a fence line. They've already put up fence since they purchased the property that, for security purposes, there's actually some additional area that would be used or that would separate them from the neighborhood to the east, the Valley High Manor neighborhood. This is kind of working your way south a little bit. This actually looks back to the northeast, so you can actually see East University right along going to the east. So looking that way is at Pleasant Hill over the hill. This is at the more of the western area coming in. This is already sort of used as a drive access point to the backside of the campground area. I believe this comes straight off the end of East 37th Street to the further west of where we were just at. Oh, here we go. This is the one that's sort of superimposed over the aerial. This area, it kind of wraps around, is still going to be kept commercial. This is the little gas station. I think there's a tire business, repair business, rental business in here. A couple of other houses that were converted to some businesses. So I believe this is where we come in off that east side, off of the East 37th. So you'd have two access points that would be open for people to come in during the fair. The other thing that was expressed to us from traffic and transportation is they want to ensure that there's the ability for them to provide that oversight on traffic control along with the police department. It's on a state highway, so these approaches will also require permits from the state to construct the actual approach. That's their own entity, of course, so I'm sure they're going to do that internally. But, so there will be, the idea from staff is that there will be some oversight of that operational aspect of getting access and traffic control. I think typically they would look at a temporary signal in at least one of these locations, maybe both. They're far enough apart from each other that I think signalization on both probably won't create any hassles. Again, traffic would look at what would make the most sense there. We want them to review this from that perspective. And the last point I want to make, this is tying into our drainage system. There's public storm sewer that this would be tying into, and so we want to have the chance to review how that ties into our public storm sewer system as well. It's large enough. This will require a statewide permit stormwater pollution prevention plan to be reviewed by DNR, and then they actually have to submit that to us here locally based on our agreement with DNR before they would be issued a grading permit. So that would all kind of occur at the site plan stage. So one of the other conditions we're recommending is that they follow that procedure. Oh, one more thing, I'm sorry. Some of the area, if you look back at the original aerial, taken, to do some of this, they will be having to clear out tree cover, canopy. Some of that's not necessarily specimen trees. Certainly under our mitigation provisions, they can use a canopy method to calculate the mitigation on that. Or they have the option of identifying any tree over 12 inches in diameter and then following a formula for mitigation on that. So when they go about this process, we'll want them to comply with that, which will result in some new plantings. I think given this layout, there are going to be some opportunities for them to, provide some trees that will sort of also define their aisles when they do park it. So they'll have some shade islands or whatever you want to call it, even though they're not developed in a paved parking setting, they'll still be beneficial, I think. So, they've got plenty of other open space surrounding that they can plant trees to mitigate as well. So I don't think mitigation is going to be a real problem for them other than the cost of the trees. We did get some comments from Valley High Manor. There's a concern about making sure that immediate residential neighbors, particularly on this west side, are protected. So we've recommended a screening at least during that duration of the fair. We've also wanted to make sure that any parking space is kept at least 20 feet from any boundary that immediately adjoins a residence.
What's the little parking spaces then that are on the west side of
Well,
that
that
aisle?
was what I pointed out. So the one that was just.
That's gone now.
The consultant provided us today.
That's
looks
gone.
like it took into account our recommendations.
Yep,
So
okay,
some of those things have already been
gotcha.
fixed.
Okay.
Let's see, I will provide you with a consent map.
People on Maple Street and East 36th Court all got notices?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the outer ring here is where the notifications went. We also notified Grays Woods Neighborhood Association and Valley High Manor.
Do we have comments or letters from them?
I don't think we have
I
anything
saw
written. I've had 2 conversations with Harlan Donaldson with Valley
Sure.
High Manor. I think they're fairly comfortable with it. He
Okay.
did point out that they hadn't had any direct dialogue and would welcome that
Okay.
as the project moves forward, so.
Eric, when I look at this, I see the red, the objection.
And that's a commercial owner, actually.
Right, but move your pen over, I can't read the names, but yep, go straight right there. Go up a little bit and then over. I think that's where that big fence is that they've put up that really looks unsightly.
Who's they, as in another property owner?
Well, he just said the current property owner put up that big chain link fence.
Actually, this fence is on the
fair.
This fence is over,
Well, there's a big fence along University.
yeah, they've fenced in these kind of open areas over here.
I mean, that really looks, why are we not requiring a beautification just like we have with everybody else along East University? Because I know the storage unit, they had to do extensive.
As part of a site plan, yeah, they would
Yes.
need to meet the, I think they were let out of doing the sidewalk, though.
Pardon me?
The storage units were, did get the sidewalk element of that waived, which is actually, if you look at our site plan regulations, the only element that's mandatory for the East University design guidelines is the 6-foot scored sidewalk, and that was actually waived for the storage unit. What the storage proposal they did instead was, as part of their required fence enclosure, they made that with brick columns and wrought iron material.
So are we going to require sidewalks along here? Will they put in sidewalks along University?
That's up to them. I mean, I guess we're getting into that gray area again of where we can push the state. Certainly, we
Right.
can
Right.
tell them what we would normally require for a commercial site plan. That's a good question, whether they're going to comply with
So
that.
this is a good faith application rather than you're requiring anything?
Well, Linda is correct in that, and normally the site plan would dictate that there would be a 6-foot scored sidewalk on this segment here.
Right.
And then at this short segment here.
Yeah, and you've got people walking in the mud, you've got, I mean, that train is along there. I just don't understand why any property owner is allowed to not do landscaping and not make it look nice like we have everybody else do. They put up a big chain link fence that does not look good. I know that I have had several conversations. They put up a big illuminated sign that blasts out the neighborhood that's so bright, and we've been told there isn't anything that can be done.
Which one is this?
On East 33rd.
At the entrance there.
Oh, at that entrance.
Yeah,
okay.
because it's so bright.
Yeah.
and it's
Because at the
well-
corner of the northwest corner, that was actually part of an approval when we actually partnered with them on the Fairground Edge project to do
I'm fine with that
Okay.
one, but I mean along this part of East, from East 33rd down, I just don't understand why we're not requiring sidewalks and landscaping and all of those
Well, I
things
guess-
that everybody else would have.
I guess you can ask for that as a condition.
Okay.
I'm not sure to what extent we'll be able to enforce it.
Because they're the state and we're the city.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, and so you can certainly make that, I would say the board could express that as concern or something they would like to see as a condition. Just like when we review the site plan, we give them the requirements that they need to meet, which would include that scored sidewalk as a minimum, so. And it's, again, as we impose the East University design guidelines, we're only getting that piecemeal as we get these frontages redeveloped, so. In fact, if you recall the subway, do you remember the subway?
Oh, yeah.
That's an example of an existing building where because they did enough improvements that it triggered the need for the site plan and they had to comply, and they were back in front of you for that waiver.
Can you clarify when you say they may or may not comply, does the state have to comply with our rules?
I think that they've done it in a good faith effort to comply to the extent they can. And I don't know if Larry has anything to add to that.
Well, I'm not so sure about the state, but I know the federal government has preemption, but there's actually Congress passed a law about 20 years ago that's saying they will abide by zoning regulations to the extent reasonably possible, so if push comes to shove, on the state property, I don't think we could regulate it, but I think the intent is that I wouldn't be surprised if there's some executive directive or something which requires the agencies to try to abide by the zoning laws.
Yeah, the other example I can think of is at one time we had Meyer Hall, the use of that facility. Initially it applied in front of us, and then the county attorney pushed to have it withdrawn because they believed they weren't subject to our requirements. And so,
Well, can you point out again the areas you say they should pave?
any of the frontages under this, if this was a commercial site plan, let's say Walmart wanted to go here or something, we would dictate that they install sidewalk in the
on the frontage, right?
Well, but if Walmart went there in your example, they would have to pave the whole parking lot too, wouldn't they?
Correct.
And
But Walmart would be using it
as a
every day of
private.
the year. Just
Well, what guarantee do we have that what the fair's grounds is going to use this for other than when the fair is in session?
I think if you believe they've applied based on it being for the duration of the fair, but if you want to make that a condition that they're locked into, that sort of spells out what the obligation they've agreed to, basically.
Right.
You could do that.
Okay. Maybe we should hear from the applicant, and then we can maybe come back and ask some more questions. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Eric. Applicant or representative of the applicant?
Evening, Chair and Board. Scott Almeida, Kirk & Michael Engineers, Urbandale, Iowa, 11021 Aurora. I am representing the State Fair today. I'll go down through their list. We have been working with the City Traffic Department and the P&Z Department for a couple months now on this project. As Eric stated, with the Traffic Engineering Department, we met to discuss the flow of traffic. We also met with the police who manned the State Fair at that time. And so basically what happens is the lots start filling up over by the racetrack. As they fill, they just keep moving eastward and eastward. And so this will be our last lot. So late in the day, this lot would start to fill from the east side. We will be looking at the east entrance this year, studying the traffic so that if we do need to put a temporary signal, we'll do so. We've also agreed to put up more permanent pole at 36th Street, as there's a temporary signal there that's been there forever. So the traffic department wants us to pay for a little upgrade there, and that's fine. The fair doesn't have any problems with that. As Eric mentioned, we kind of took care of the setback that they had discussed. We are working on a site plan right now. We are pretty close to being done with it. So we'll be submitting that here in the next week or two.
I'm sorry?
We'll be submitting the site plan here shortly.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd want to have this action first.
Right.
Right.
As far as the screening and the tree mitigation at the same time, we went ahead and complied with the 2,000 square foot requirement that they requested for mitigation. We went back to 2009 as city code states, and looked at everything we've cleared and grubbed, knocked down in the, since that time in this area, and that's all shown kind of in the dark areas. Everything we've taken down and will be taking down ends up being like 208 trees. So that's what's shown here on the landscape plan. We will be doing a buffer along the west side here to do screening here from the neighborhood. And then we'll be adding some more trees here and protecting the existing screen over on this side so that we have
Even more than you're showing in the plan here?
No, this is the plan. Yeah, we're missing some on the east side. There are some trees there, but we will be adding some more coniferous trees. We haven't gotten those in there yet.
Which would block, like, what I'm going to call your east campground sites then, right?
Yeah.
From the neighbors there on the east. Okay, because it looks like you got that row of campers there that wouldn't have.
Yeah, and that area is a big valley that they're going to be filling in over the next 10 years, and so this is the ultimate plan, but we will be protecting the buffer that is here as much as possible, and if we need to fill in some more trees, we will, but currently that is...
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the shading actually shouldn't go that far. He's got it shown over here being
Right.
removed, and it's not actually true.
Okay.
We'll get that fixed.
So are you looking at flattening the topography here all the way around to accommodate this?
The grading has already been completed for all of the parking spaces, and so as it is now is how it's going to stay forever.
And is that fairly flat? or
It's
There's a little roll to it?
It's I think the steepest we have is 7% grade, so that's slightly above normal ADA, but it's okay for parking cars, and they actually parked most of this site last year already.
Yeah, stuff happens, right?
Yeah, so they own the property, and
It's only a 7% grade, it sure
yeah,
seems
we
like it drops off.
we topoed it.
Yeah.
That over here, into the fill site in this valley, you get way above that. That area still has to be filled and graded.
Sure.
But this area over here, we just regraded, and that's a 7% slope.
Okay.
But if you look down in that valley, it's very, very steep. So, and that's where we will be bringing that up, and that's where the campsites will eventually go.
New campsite.
Yeah, yep. So that's more of a long-term project, but we wanted to go ahead and get it approved now. We have worked with the stormwater department. We got the storm approved. We are connecting onto a city drain that comes down from University. There's another one here that comes through one of the commercial developments, and we were not changing the grade here, so that will continue to exist as designed.
Okay.
And that's the main gist of it, so if you guys have any questions.
Sure.
What
Questions?
about sidewalks?
It's a good question. Are there existing sidewalks along the rest of that part? I don't know. We can add sidewalks if you guys want sidewalks. But I think with discussion with the traffic department, what they actually don't want is people walking down University Avenue.
Well, that was one of my questions. If people park here, is there going to be a shuttle system to
Yes,
bring
there'll
them
be an
in?
internal shuttle system, and the
Right.
specific discussions with traffic was, dear God, don't get them anywhere near the street because we want them to stay inside the fair.
So
We
would
do
you
not
have
want people
on-site signage that would say, fair entrance, gate admission
Yeah,
this
and that's
way?
why we're having these internal roads, is that the shuttle service will be.
Well, to follow up on Linda's comment on sidewalks, I mean, the city passed an ordinance that we want these people to build sidewalks, and now we're hearing that whoever, traffic doesn't want sidewalks because of all the people. I don't understand why traffic wouldn't have chimed in before we passed this ordinance then.
You have hundreds of people walking.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Even if they don't park there, they're walking.
Well,
They're coming through the
they're
neighborhood.
walking
Right.
across there, and they're parking on the north side of University, just in, on the side streets, and then they have to walk, and, I mean, there's no sidewalks on that side of the street.
It would be hard for us to add them if that's something this board would like to see.
But you said, who doesn't want sidewalks there?
The traffic department did not want people parking in this area, moving to University Street to try to walk down, because I believe farther west of here, there is still not sidewalks
Right.
for them to walk on. So they don't actually want people to walk to the fair from this location.
And then they'd have to walk and retreat back in to find an admission gate.
Correct. They want them to
I
all
get
stay
that.
inside.
Yeah. Their quickest way to get into the fair once they're parked would be through your shuttle system.
Yeah, through the shuttle system on
Right.
the southwest.
And I like the idea of developers or builders or whoever putting in a sidewalk, problem I've got, we just had this with Dunkin' Donuts on Southeast 14th. You make the developer put in the sidewalk, and it's a sidewalk to nowhere. The existing property on each end that never had one still doesn't have to do it.
But hopefully, eventually, we'll have some.
Well, what should happen when a certain percentage of development occurs, everybody else should be assessed along there and go, okay, now it's time to get with the program. And maybe if the city needs to kick in, then the city kicks in to help. But we could wind up with a good intention of a sidewalk, which I think you're kind of saying here today, we're trying our best effort to meet requirements, but we don't have to meet your requirements.
Right, and if at some point the sidewalk does get pushed through along there, or even, you
Which
would
it
you would
probably
honestly
never
want a
will.
trail with the amount of, people you may have, you may want a 10-foot walk.
Right. I'd like to see you put a
I
sidewalk
don't
on
think
the
that, I
west
think the
side
fair
of
would
the
have any
fairgrounds.
opposition to doing so. They do a lot of capital improvements
And
every
my
year.
point is there are still businesses in between there, and if those businesses were to move, or to close up, and they came to the city and wanted a site plan, you,
They'd
the
have to put
city,
in
would
sidewalk.
require them to have
Right.
sidewalks.
Absolutely.
So eventually, we would have sidewalks all through there.
What do you
You've
got
the
there?
die-cast
This
floor,
is-
you've got the.
This is the actual language, so by putting in the condition in your special permit that it comply with site plan regulations, when we administratively review site plans, this is the policy that we implement during site plan review. Now, if traffic looks at the analysis and decides that would not be in the best interest, they would allow for that waiver based on, if they had a safety concern or something. Otherwise, normally we require it as part of the site plan. When this was adopted, it was basically giving a piecemeal approach that as site plans came in, we would get those pieces, whether there was sidewalk there or it had to be upgraded from existing sidewalk. So you've seen that happening along East University, getting piecemeal. If traffic's concern is that this is remotely, away from other areas where it would tie into other sidewalk, they have waived that in other parts of the city, not with regard to East University necessarily, but sidewalk in general. They have, on some site plans, said, we don't actually want you to put sidewalk there. So,
Does that trump, I see some items above, there's item number 4 up there. Sidewalks are required where there are existing sidewalks on adjoining property or when it appears there
yeah,
will be
and that's
definite
under
need.
the traffic, and these are general policies. They also generally uphold, but I think they have some discretion to say
Okay.
if there's another reason not to do it. Then,
Is there a waiver?
Yeah.
yeah, it would be through the administrative site plan process.
Right.
So
And do we
that's
have
why I
adjoining
don't really want
sidewalks?
the board, from a staff perspective, my recommendation is not to get into that minutia, to be honest
Right.
with you, but if
Yep.
you certainly could, and then we would be
Yeah.
upheld, it would have to be
So
upheld.
not get into the minutia of adding a sidewalk, is what you're saying?
Because then if they
Right.
couldn't do, or traffic didn't want it, we'd be back in front of you, if you tied them in there. But if you're adamant about it, the board certainly can make that a
But if
condition.
we don't tie them into it, then they're not gonna do it,
They'll probably never do it.
correct?
I can't answer that. Again, we would review the site plan, and if, the normal administrative process
Okay.
would, of course, I guess is how I would put it. I just wanted to point out what the policies are when we do review the site plan. So at least to let you know, we're looking at whether or not it should be there or not.
And the fair has continued to acquire properties in this area, and I think some of these properties here, like the Star gas station, which is now defunct and just sells liquor and cigarettes and other things,
How's
these
that
may
for-
eventually be acquired as well, and at some point there would be a more of a landscaped back entrance to the fairgrounds at that time.
To make everything, because you just tear it out, not have the buildings and make it look better?
Right, you would
Okay.
add more parking and maybe put in, the wrought iron and brick fence line there, once you get your ultimate
Sure.
property acquired.
Do you kind of predict you'll really only use this unpaved lot per se about 11 to 14 days a year? And that's it?
Absolutely, because it's just so far from everything else. The Jacobson, everything else is really at the heart there at 30th Street, and this is by far and away really far out there. So it's overflow, and they said even last year, I mean, it's the last place to fill up. So it is going to be the least used parking lot on the state fair.
One concern that I would have would be to mitigate the impact on the neighbors with screening. And I'm not in favor of like necessarily a 6-foot-high fence or something curtain you pull up. I'd rather see you plant some nice trees. It looks like you were leaning that way, but I'd like to see that drawing fleshed out a little bit better.
Yeah, and that'll be part of the site plan
Site plan.
process is we have to mitigate. And I think the staff even recommended coniferous trees and that.
Can you even look at some landscaping better around the entrances to the parking area? Maybe some ornamental trees?
Yeah,
or-
there's currently on the northeast side, some large coniferous trees.
Okay.
Where's that other drawing?
Maybe kind of keep those, get rid of the underbrush, kind of make it look.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we are adding some up in
Okay.
that area. The area that's white is actually filled with currant trees. And so we will be adding, so that fence you're seeing hopefully should disappear for the most part. Unless they stuck it on the far side.
Okay.
Which they might have done. They threw that up for site security.
And on that west side, that narrow strip there, I see you got 4 trees at the bottom, but would you be running that row all the way
Yeah,
up?
that's where we need to add the coniferous trees.
Okay.
For a natural screen instead of putting up a fence with opaque.
Yep.
It'd probably look a lot nicer.
Would you still have a chain link fence just for your own security, or do the?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if the private properties already had a fence
Yeah,
system.
that line is still fully fenced, and so this property is now fully fenced.
All right.
For security reasons.
Okay.
Because they have direct access to the campgrounds, and then people start stealing.
Stuff.
Water
well,
stubs.
Yeah, in the off season.
Yeah.
Are there other
Does Sue
questions?
Ann have anything to add?
She's hanging around back
The
there.
point she was gonna make was you could put the stipulation to require the sidewalks as reviewed by traffic staff, or to at least give the message that we want them if they're allowed.
Okay.
Or if they would allow for them.
If there's really, if the
there's no
need
reason
comes.
to not have them, yeah, we
Okay.
want 'em.
You, depending
Even though
on,
we would ask for that anyway, if that would reinforce it from the board's perspective.
Okay.
depending on what my colleagues think here, that might be good to put a phrase down on paper that we could look at. Can you scratch something out and put it on the
You want
overhead?
us to do it right now?
Or is the
Well,
intent
I don't
okay?
know.
I
Sidewalks,
could do it
trees.
before you sign the order, so.
Okay, all right. Yeah, if we have the discussion, then we could look at that.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for Scott? Okay. All right, thank you. We'll get back to you here momentarily. Is there anybody else to speak in support? Is there anybody to speak in opposition? Please step forward. And thank you for being patient with us this afternoon.
I'm not really in opposition. I live by the fairgrounds.
Okay.
So I expect certain things during the fair.
Yep.
But I am 3632 Maple Street.
Can you point to your house on the little map there that,
It is this one.
okay, so you directly border the fence there.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm probably the only one that really affects that fair parking. And I'm used to the cars being parked, and they've owned the land for 2 years now, and they've parked there, and they park up to the fence. When I moved in, there was the grove of evergreens, but every year they're taking out more and more because they're dying. And my thing was, like, they putting up that green fence, and I walk out of the side door of my houses, which I use to enter, and I have 12 feet to the fence to go through there. I don't want to walk out and see a fence and then that green thing there, and then also maintaining it, how they mow and stuff would be more.
Right. So would you rather see some pine trees, some coniferous trees
Well,
put in
I
there?
have, and I don't know if this,
Yeah, go ahead and put those on there. We'll
okay,
put it on-
where do I?
Just right on top of this.
Okay, that is looking out my side door, just across the fence before they tore down the house.
Okay,
And that's what it looks like now.
okay.
You
So,
can just put them right on top.
okay.
Looks kind of nice.
So, looking out my side door right now, it's, it's, and they've done a decent job of keeping it mowed, but we had a good year where we didn't have to mow a lot. And then, on the other side of the fence, and I don't know if you can tell this is the fence. So, looking out my side door, that's the fence. I've maintained a flower bed on that side of the fence for at least 25 years. Because some of the people that were in there it was always weeds, and plus it's also, who owns that 2-foot in there is not.
So what you're saying is that flower bed is on the state's side of the fence then, is that correct?
Well, it's actually,
Or it could be yours?
yeah, I think when they made that thing in there, they just ran a fence down through there, and it's not the same all the way through. But just so that I walk out that door, it's not always weeds, and that goes from the back of my lot where the garage is to the middle of the street that I keep up.
Looks nice.
Thank you. But like I said, then I don't know what they want to put in there. I know they're going to have to take more trees out in that thing, but if you can see.
Is that on your
That's on the
side
state
of
side.
No, it's on the other side of the fence. On the right, on this side of the fence is my driveway. And I have 12 feet between that fence and my house.
Right.
So you planted this just to make it more appealing?
Yeah, well, I used to mow it. I would be, trimming it, and so I just put in a flower bed. It's easier to keep up.
So how do you hop across the fence then? You go around it at one end or something?
I actually have a metal ladder
Okay.
that's attached to the
Now, as long as
fence.
that's okay with the state.
I don't know, it wasn't.
Yeah. You don't know won't hurt you.
I do worry about people that park there trying to use it.
So you take it down during?
No, it's just a metal thing that goes up and down over the
Okay.
fence.
I got you.
But with her comment about the fencing, they fenced in all that area. When you drive up, you're going, is there a prison here? I mean, that's what you go, is there a prison here? And the sidewalk, if I want to go from my house, I go out, I have to cross University, the 4 lanes, go down on the sidewalk to go back over to the gas station to get a newspaper. But to put a big sidewalk in there with Sims Cemetery there, there's
How would you
not a
do
lot
that?
of room.
Right.
But I just, I came because I don't know what their plans are. They don't kind of let you know.
Well, did you kind of see their site plan? What-
Yeah, and I don't know how much is going to be
So if we looked
campgrounds.
at this view, you'd have what, 10, 15 feet, and then you'd see a little road there. On the left side
Right.
of your picture, you'd have an
Right.
access road.
Campground area would all be east of the gas station, so when you
Okay.
Right.
look at this
That's what I
aerial-
tried to
Right,
figure.
yeah, so you
if
just
you
have
look at this
parking.
aerial, here's the gas station canopy. So
Mhm.
this would be he said they would fill this in over a 10-year
Right.
period and then put campground in
Okay,
there.
but on this picture here, the cars are parked backed up to the flower bed wherever there's room right now. Like I said, it's the fair.
Right.
I mean, it's a dead-end street that I live on. It's no cul-de-sac. It's a cement wall. Everybody, I have 400 cars a day turn around in my driveway,
Trying to get
trying to get out. And the light that they put on East 36th, so I can get back to my home, I kind of go out and around and come back to the light on East 36th to come back University to get into where we live.
So you would just like some better communication so you know what's going
Know
on?
what's going, I mean.
Especially
like
since
they
you
said, okay,
border.
they're going to put up a fence, but to me, that would be really ugly. And then, what do they put it up, a month before and take it down 2 months after, or leave it up, or?
Well, I think what they're proposing in the end run is they won't have a screening fence. They would simply have a row of pine trees.
Right
And,
now, they're just cutting them down because they're dying.
right, but what we're trying to get to is how it will look someday. Not how it might look like this next year, but how it will look when their plan is done.
Okay.
And what you'd see, there'd be maybe 15 feet there of open space with a line of pine trees, and then there's going to be an access road. Then the actual parking will be further from you, but during the fair, you just have cars going by as an access road. Is that correct, Scott?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, the last 2 years, they've parked them.
but we're talking about going forward with a new
Right.
plan.
But I just don't want that fence left up forever.
It's-
I'd rather look
yeah.
at the parking lot for the 2 weeks as have a fence there
Okay.
for 6 months.
Okay, I think the goal is that the fence would go away the screening fence would go away and you'd have pine trees instead.
And it's only parking during the fair.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, if the president comes to town and wants to speak at the fair, you might use the lot, right? But for the average rodeo and antique show at the fair,
Yeah.
no, you're not using that.
And she talks about sidewalk because where you turn onto East 36, when you go west,
Right.
when you go west on University, where all the first the first parking is there's no sidewalk there either.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Very good. All right, well, thank you for your comments. Okay, in the interest of doing our civic duty, but also getting people home in time for supper, while making a good decision here, are there any other comments or questions for staff? Anybody else to speak in opposition? Don't see anybody. Okay, let's go ahead and close the forum and go to board deliberations. Any final thoughts? Do we want to kind of have that sidewalk asterisk thing? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. But the general site plan he's proposed with the asphalt millings and having the grass lot, if it's in substantial compliance with this, with trees on the left and right sides, we're okay?
What I'm hearing is further is that perhaps you want to limit this screen to plant material only, not be
Yes.
a solid opaque fence.
Right, right. Is, Scott, you can come back up here. Down the line, do you want to put up a fence for
I can't
15
speak
days
for
once
the-
a year?
The fair's wishes, but I believe they prefer to have a secure site at all times, so they
No,
may.
no, no. If there's a chain link fence, it can stay.
We're not planning on taking it down.
No.
What's
but-
there,
But then
we are
what we're
planning
saying
on-
is on your side of that chain link, you're going to have a row of pine trees
Correct.
between that fence and your driveway.
Correct,
Okay, because right now you're not showing any.
correct.
Yeah. So you're okay
We
doing
will
that?
add
Yes.
greenery to our buffer yard.
Yes, but that chain link between you and her will stay the way
We're-
it is.
Correct. We're not
Okay.
touching it.
Okay. I think everybody here is on board with that. Okay, thank you. All right, is there a motion out there?
Well, could we say we would move staff recommendations with the addition of number 5, sidewalks to be added upon approval of Traffic and Transportation Division? Is that appropriate?
Yeah, that's kind of where we were, I think Sue and I were talking about. That way there's the direction, and that unless there's an absolute safety reason, they don't want them unless it's an entire stretch along there. Right. The other thing was, we were recommending the screen. If you don't want them to do something from an opaque, you probably want to indicate that, like an opaque fence, and only.
Yeah, because in a weird way, you've got two things for that item 3 there. Well, have a 6-foot
We wrote it
opaque
to be
or,
flexible, so they didn't, they could either have it temporary or permanent, they could have it.
I'd
plant
just like to
material.
say the west boundary adjoining the property with any residential dwelling shall have landscaping composed of evergreen plant material, tree material, not just plant material, right? If we say like evergreen plants, you could have
Yeah, we have multiple.
yew shrubs.
Yeah, we don't
Okay.
stick, it doesn't have to be white pines, there's other spruce and.
Yeah.
In fact,
Yeah.
with the environment lately, there's only a few species that are really successful.
Right. Okay, have we given you enough then for conditions?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
To
so
clarify that? Have we given enough clarification for conditions? Okay, so that's a motion with the sidewalk addition, a second? Okay. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right. Thank you both for sticking around, and this should look better for everybody and still be workable for the fair. Minutes from the last meeting, whoever was here. Anybody got a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve last
Second.
month's meeting.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Those, okay. Right, so 4. Okay, approving minutes takes a simple majority, right?
Yes.
So that's 3-0 and 2 abstentions. And Brooke moves to adjourn.